Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to this session of the Tales of Evrand. Let's not delay or dally at all. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and dive into tonight's session of the Tales of Evrand. All right, and we are back. Take it away, John.
I don't want to.
Okay, so as is tradition here on the Tales of Evrand, we have the lovely Rachel with her weekly makeup. Rachel, who are you wearing today?
Today is the great designer, they.
Oh, that's true on multiple accounts. Ooh.
Except they doesn't wear socks or shoes, so is he really like...
Ooh, that is spicy.
Shots fired.
My hot take of the day.
Who's this coming down the carpet now? Oh, it's Night. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, fair. I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the time we have. All right, John, are you ready?
I think I'm ready. That pumped me up.
Thank you,
I'm
Rachel.
So ready. Yeah.
You're welcome.
All right, John.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. You're breathtaking.
I wanted to make it as
breathtaking.
Okay.
All right, John, are you ready yet?
Yeah, I was just trying to make it as awkward as possible.
Take the reins, my dude.
Congrats.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, welcome to session 23 of the Tales of Evrand. Thank you, Joe and Rachel, for those amazing intros.
Night helped.
Night, sorry.
Jeez.
All right, let's roll it back. Cut this. Redo.
Jesus Christ.
I'll fix
my
it.
God.
I'll fix it in post.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this week is Nick.
I'm
as
not going to
Gak
edit
reading a summary. So, Gak,
summary.
just one.
I've chosen session 17.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, here's session 23 summary from Gak. Hey there, it's me, Gak. Pimps aren't monkeys. I thought that baby monkeys were pimps, but Rian told me that adult monkeys are apes and baby monkeys are chimps. Good to know. Yrsa will tell me what pimps are later. Rian and I had a good talk, though. We both like being out in the woods, but we're tired of it right now. We're very excited to go to Rifffolk and stay there for a long, long time, get to soak it all in. Faye and Yrsa had a really good conversation, and Faye and Rian had a really good conversation too. I'm glad that Faye has people he feels he can talk to. Faye is adopted and the baby of the family. He should talk to Brack. Maybe they'd like each other. Basil talked to her bird mom. It was very nice. She's so nice to Basil. Basil needs more people to be nice to her. Wink, wink. I'm winking because we're going to do something nice for Basil very soon. Rifffolk feels spicy. I think there are a lot of magic in the air because of the giant magic hole in the ground. We surprised Basil with the flower pots after we chimped out our cart. She was really happy. I hope she knows we love her. Goodbye, Rifffolk. I feel like I only saw one courtyard, but we'll be back. We also delivered a letter there too, I guess. Who knows about that? Rian and I didn't see what's in the big old magic hole. It seems weird though. Don't like the rifts being open. A bad guy is at the hole. A bad guy for Yrsa and Basil. I need to remember this guy. If he shows up, I can protect Yrsa and Basil. We went to Vay's snow town and it's really cool. Lots of really cool cow-type friends. Even more people I've never seen before. Hopefully Gideon realizes he looks cool and fits right in. We shove Hikari through a mirror and go somewhere icy and secret. We go somewhere icy and secret. I get stuck in a wall because they think 6 people, a frog, and a horse can make it through a magic hallway in 2 seconds. Vay's family had a pet bird and didn't tell him. It pretty much killed us. Luckily, Vay's people help us and save our lives. But Gideon is not doing okay. Everyone goes to meet Vay's dad while I stay back with Gideon and the best doctors in the world. I hope he's okay. He'll be okay. And that's it. Bye.
Jeez,
Wow.
that was the fucking
Wow.
best summary of all time.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Incredibly
Really
effective.
funny. Absolute favorite.
Ugh.
It was
That-
factual.
Can we just make a
It was
YouTube
not
video
wrong,
of that
yeah.
summary?
I
That
agree.
one.
Yeah.
It was just like one after
It's missed
another.
on Evrand.
Yeah. I'll re-record it really quickly and we'll do a Glee parody.
Stop.
Oh my god, I don't even know where to pick up after that one. So after man, that was great. Round of applause.
Yay.
Okay.
Woo.
Okay.
Yay!
Let's somber the tone a little bit now,
Oh, great.
as I normally like to do. So, after encountering Isol Rose and Gideon during the battle, coughing up blood and getting to a point where almost near death, you encounter 2 denizens of the town of Sangza City. Sorry, Caden and Daniel. Daniel seemed to be a very, very powerful healer, healing everybody in the party back up to full almost immediately. The jury's still in on Caden. You haven't seen his abilities yet. However, Daniel noticed there was something wrong with Gideon, saying that there was not something from Isol Rose itself, but something completely different. The party rushed down the elevator to the city, beautiful city of Sangza, but there was a bit of tension. As Gideon was rushed to the court of the healers, they quickly did what they could for him and got him into a stable condition. The party had some spats between you guys as to who was going where, and most of the party wanted to stay with Gideon. However, Vay and others realizing there's still things going on in the world at large, and you need to head to the castle to talk with Vay's family. So the party split. Rian, Vay, Yursa, and Basil are heading to the castle, and Gak and Gideon are staying back at the Court of Healers. We are going to pick up in a very interesting spot as you all split off and start walking with Rian, Vay, Yursa, and Basil. You are walking through the beautiful, beautiful city of Sangza. As I put on some background music. In this city that is built on a flowing river, you can see denizens fishing in the river. You can see people in and out of these shops. It's almost like a coastline city that's also built into a crystalline mountain of ice. You can see different furbolgs and also these very, very tall individuals with bluish skin. Caden is with the party as well, walking with you all, kind of leading you through, although he does know that Vay knows the way to the castle. You do see what look like farmers, these very weird but look appropriate kind of crops. They don't look like crops you've seen before. Some of them do, but some of them look like otherworldly. You can see there's also like this like structure off to the side, and these creatures the size of chickens, but like with the body of a ferret and like a very long neck with like a very white furry face and a beak with like these 4 eyes. There's a bunch of them. I'll just show you guys what you are seeing. These little tiny creatures.
Oh.
They're like chickens, but ferrets. Oh my god. I want one.
And yes, we will be
Yrsa is
showing off.
like fucking over the moon. This is the coolest shit.
We will be showing off plenty of night and star art tonight during the game. These creatures, what you would be told, are known as chariots. You kind of start cresting your way up this hill, this kind of spiraled path up to the topmost point of this mountain. You can see like these kind of like bluish bushes covered in snow, and these very small, like ember glowing hummingbirds kind of sipping from the almost frozen flowers, and you see these little buddies kind of buzzing around as you're walking up the mountain. You have, I would say, about 25 minutes walk from here to get to the castle. If there's anything you all would like to discuss as you are walking through this area.
I have a question for you, Jonathan. Since Vey has left here, has anything changed? Like, does anything look off?
No, it doesn't. You've only been gone for a month.
Yeah.
You can see that the farmers have tended to the crop a lot more. They have grown at this point in a lot of the farms that are kind of built in. I don't want to get this wrong, but I think it's like how they do rice. How it's kind of like the overlapping like hills of farm that kind of like run off.
Terraces.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Is that? I could be wrong, but it's like the multi like story, like kind of like, I don't know what they're called, but that's what the farms kind of look like, and they're kind of built into the mountain itself. A lot of them have been harvested. That's pretty much the only thing you can see.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Okay. You all continue walking for another 10 minutes. And Caden at this point hasn't said anything to the party. I would like to ask Basil, and I'll go through. What is Basil feeling at this moment as you all are kind of all silently walking through this city?
First and foremost, Basil is feeling worried about Gideon. She doesn't feel super great about leaving him, especially in the state that he's in. I would say definitely better knowing that Gak is there. At least someone is there. Of course, she's just feeling she's super outside of her element. She's never been in a place like this. And she's feeling a bit stressed with meeting Vey's family. So I'd say kind of a whirlwind of emotions. Everything happened so fast, and they haven't had a chance to slow down and really think about things.
Okay. Rian. How's Rian feeling?
Muted. Okay. I think that there are two big things. One, he is worried about Gideon, because he's never seen Gideon in a state like that before, and he's not a huge fan of that. He trusts that Vey's people will be able to help him, but because he knows how Gideon came to be, he's not sure how much help they'll be able to be, as they're not Simic scientists. They're mountain dwellers with obviously very powerful magic, but it's not the same. So Rian's just a little worried that they might not be able to help that much. And the second thing that's on his mind is Vandrin, right? That's his name, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Vandrin, because he never met Vandrin, because Vandrin wasn't there when Rian showed up, right?
I don't believe
Thank you.
so. Like he was there, but I think he
I
got
don't think
away.
Rand didn't
Yeah.
ransom him, but he was technically there.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Because I know that he jumped in when they were revolting, but okay. So, yeah, but he knows from the time that he spent with Yrsa how much of an impact he had on her and her people, and he is very, very nervous for what that means with him being at that rift. Because Rian knows that he's not a good guy in any sense of the word. So, Rian's really worried about that, but mostly about Gideon right now.
Okay. Yrsa. How is Yrsa feeling?
Yeah, so I would say kind of leading up to getting into the city, her mind was very much on Vandrin as well. Kind of like that trauma response where she was trying really hard to hold it together because she realizes there's a really important thing. But it was a lot to see him again in such a way. But then as soon as we got here, her mind immediately was concerned over, of course, Gideon and figuring out how we could help. But again, she's trying really hard to stay focused, even though her mind is taking her into different directions. And now, so she's trying to focus on the questions that she's going to have for Vay's father specifically, and hoping that maybe we could figure out a way to understand more about the rifts and understand more about what's going on. She's a conundrum.
She's very flabbergasted at this moment.
Yas.
Vay, how's Vay feeling right now?
Vay's like again, like everyone else, he's concerned about Gideon. I think he's less anxious. He doesn't really know what's going on with Gideon, but he would be, from what he knows, is pretty sure that they can help him, if not fix it, at least help. So he thinks that Gideon's in the best hands right now. He's really focused on the rift and kind of what was in it and what that means and what like kind of that spells for the rest of everything. But he is happy to be home, so it's again a pretty complex feeling. So
okay. At this moment, Caden leading you all up the stairs, you reach the bottom of what so far the stairs have been this very bluish color. You reach a part that is now gated off, and it kind of opens like the top of the mountain that you've reached is kind of flat in the area you are, but there's a staircase leading up to a vast castle in front of you. The castle in front of you is a bright white, but not marble textured. When the sun is hitting it, it's almost like translucent in areas, but it seems very solid in build. The spires, which they are two giant spires, have like these blue, in the center of the towers, have these blue like spiraled crystals in the center. And each one of the smaller towers have this as well. And there is an intricate design of snowflakes and ice throughout the entire construction. It kind of resembles that I posted in chat. And as you come to the gated bottom, you see that there are two individuals at the main gate, and they are dressed in like these kind of the same garb that Caden is wearing. It looks like the town guard have like these very thick wooled capes and armor underneath, with swords at their sides. But on either side of them is a polar bear looking creature that is kind of just sitting there staring at you all. Each one of these polar bears have a saddle on them as well. And as Caden leads you up, he looks over to Vay and says, "Well, you don't need my help from here. Good luck." And he looks at the party, looks back at Vay. "Good luck." It was nice meeting.
I just had a
sorry.
quick question. What do I do with Hikari? As Hikari has just been following this entire time, and he's like, I don't think that she should come into the keep. I'm not sure if there's a stable or a polar bear pen she could stay at.
Caden looks back to the guards, and you hear one of them go, "Don't worry. We could take Hikari, was it,
Hikari,
inside
yes.
to the stables and."
Wonderful. If she gets a little rowdy, I find that a sugar cube will calm her down, and she'll follow your orders, right, Hikari?
Yay.
Like I said, sometimes she's a little stubborn, and he'll take out 3 sugar cubes and hand it to one of the guards.
Caden kind of bows a little bit to everybody and says, I'm going back to the healer's court. I will go check on your friend. Last I heard, he was in stable condition, so good luck inside there.
Thank you, as always, Caden. I appreciate it.
Of course. Goodbye. And he turns and walks off. The rest of you, Caden was tall. You're realizing that the ones that have like these like this pale blue skin, some of them have like darker blue skin. You're looking at the gate, which is large. It's like a 25-foot gate. The polar bears are large. They're probably they're kind of laying down, but if they were to stand straight up, probably around 10 feet tall. The people standing next to the polar bears look to be around like 8 foot tall. And you realize this as you kind of walk up and you're now like next to them. And they look over at Vay and say, "Welcome home."
Appreciate it. Is everyone inside, or?
I believe so, yes.
All right. All right. And you can see he kind of like, does the like, I'm home, but I feel like I'm in trouble thing, where he like nods to both of the guards before kind of walking through.
Okay. As the gate opens with a resounding bassy sound, and you see before you this massive castle, you all can ascend the white marble-looking stairs. As you all, what?
No, sorry, I was just chuckling.
Okay. You all start ascending, and it takes you like 3 minutes to get to the top. It is a very long staircase. At this point, you have walked well over 1,000 stairs at this point to get here. And as you get to the top, you see a beautiful, again, this huge double door that almost, while the sun is hitting it, translucent. I'm gonna start saying colorless.
I'm realizing I did this to you, and it's just like everything is white.
The whole place is white and blue.
The whole
Nice.
place, there's not a single color.
It's got a color scheme. We get it. We get it.
Other words for white. Unpigmented, colorless,
Wow.
undyed, bleached, snowy, milky.
Snowy's good.
Okay, cool. As you walk up the snowy stairs, see, it doesn't work. Now you think they're covered in snow, and they're not.
Well, now
I'm
you gotta
with you.
use other words. You gotta use slick, slippery. Gotta paint that picture.
An ocean violation.
I think you're doing a wonderful job, Jonathan.
No, it's amazing. I'm realizing there's no color here.
Ryan.
The non-black.
Okay. Anyways, these large, icy blue double doors, as you get close enough, they open on their own. And as you all start to walk in, you can see the central foyer chamber The ceiling here is about 40 feet high. There are columns that go all the way up to the ceiling, but these columns are not like the Roman-esque columns that I usually describe. These are like, it looks like fractals of ice that kind of like intertwine and weave between each other and then connect to the ceiling. Even the ceiling itself has this beautiful mural of what looks to be the mountain itself surrounded by snow. Also, every single room, you can see there are different corridors left and right in rooms, and there are this beautiful spiral staircase that goes up, this colorless spiral staircase that goes up to a second floor. It looks like the translucentness of the castle itself is refracting the light in here and causing the space to be completely lit. And it even causes like prismatic colors on the floor. You know, when light kind of passes through glass and creates those prisms of light and color. You see that throughout the whole place. Also, it's really hard for all of you to kind of grasp what is happening in this moment. This castle seems very well built, but also very magical at the same time. And Vey, you lead your party into your family's castle. After the first couple steps, however, you do hear footsteps around the corner coming from the east wing. And eventually, coming around the corner, meeting with the party, you see a familiar gentleman to you, Vey. Long white hair that goes past the knees. One single large strand of hair is braided. He's wearing this, I don't want to say white, but the top half of it is unpigmented, colorless, whatever, white. A fur coat that leads into these blues. He has very pale blue skin, but a very chiseled face and bright blue eyes. As he looks at you, Vey, and looks at the rest of the party and goes, "Welcome home, Vey." And you see this person. And you know who this is. Valraka Rimfrost.
Yeah, it is.
Man.
Vey looks up.
That's amazing.
No, that braid.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Oh my god, you're so cute.
Yeah, no, Vey instantly is kind of looking up, and you can kind of see him like turn broadside, so he's not blocking the party, but kind of imposing a wall kind of between. He's like, "Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm assuming you know what's going on."
Yes, I have been informed. That's where I'm heading from. I was also told about you bringing friends into Song's. Hello, I am Valraka, and you are, as he looks to the rest of the party.
Rian Alvain, it's a pleasure to meet you. And Rian will
Alvain.
give a light bow.
He just so ever so barely bows.
God.
Mm.
I assume the other two will introduce themselves.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there's a pause, Vey would instantly be like, "This is Basil, and Yosa, my esteemed traveling companions."
Well,
Hello.
it's
Nice to meet you.
and you as well. You carry very interesting company with you, Vey.
Well, nothing if not interesting. And you can see him start to kind of like inch around this man a little bit.
Are you related to Vey?
No, I am not.
Oh, a friend then.
I wouldn't say so much a friend as an acquaintance. Friend to his father.
Right. Which is why we're here, and there's a lot to talk about. Not to be rude, we just, world ending and all of that. And he kind of like points to the direction of his father's study, I guess, and he's like, "We should probably be talking about that." So, it was nice.
I think your father and your mother are waiting for you down the east wing here.
My computer froze and you became a robot.
Oh, he says, he says, your father and mother are waiting for you on the east wing here, and you would know that down the east wing is where there's the parlor, and there's also the grand hall where people would eat.
Okay. All right. That's where we're going. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Vey would again nod. Not rudely, but like he's obviously kind of trying to politely extricate himself from the situation along with everyone else. And yeah, he's just kind of, backing away.
Before we go, can Rian just get a vibe check on this guy? Just like
Yeah, make an insight.
Yeah, thank you. I'll do something with
Yeah,
advantage
make an
because of
insight. Oh.
my stone rune, my mountain wisdom.
Oh my.
Is that gonna roll with advantage? Oh, that's a 25. Ooh.
Nice.
Fran,
Damn.
it's not hard to see because Valraka is not actually hiding much. There is a sense of curiosity towards the party. Not so much Vey. This person knows Vey and knows Vey very well and knows the family. He's been kind of like sizing up Basil, Rian, and Yursa this entire time. And there's a sense of like, with the 25, there's a sense of like, you all should not be here. Like almost offense.
Basil's
Ooh.
gonna stand up straighter.
He's offended by our presence.
I literally wrote the same note.
And he does not move as you all continue down. Like he just lets you go around him and like kind of like looks at you all as you walk away.
This is an odd question, just as a follow-up, and if the answer's no, it's fine. But does any of that seem residual towards Vey at all for any particular reason?
No.
Okay.
He does not seem to hold anything towards Vey in this moment.
Okay, all right. Cool.
So you all walk past him as he stands still and does not move, forcing you all to kind of walk around him. And you walk down the east wing, and he eventually, after like 20 or so feet, turns his head and walks out. But not aggressively. He just casually walks out. You all are walking down this wing of the castle, and the whole half that's kind of facing outward is, you didn't see it from the outside. It just looked like a wall, but from the inside, it's actually like glass. You can see outside, and you can see the overlook of the mountain and the ranges that kind of go into the distance. You pass one section and you don't see anyone inside, except you do see a kind of like library. And this, just a quick glance that you see this double door that is open, you see a 2-story library with books that surround this kind of half oval room. And anybody with a passive perception of 14 or higher would see this kind of tall, like hunched over owl-looking creature. It has its arms are wings. It has a very long, poofy tail, and this neck that kind of like elongates to like an owl face, but at the top has like these antlers, and it's kind of taking books and like organizing them. You see what looks like this inside of this library room as you're passing by it.
Oh my god, everything here is so cool.
And as you walk by and kind of go around the corner, you see them first, Vey. A very familiar face of a very tall, very skinny man, and very ornate dark blue and snowflake woven clothes, with a bright blue sash around his mid-waist, and he has long hair that's kind of braided up and been very well maintained, it seems, for a formal kind of event. But around the corner, as you around it, you hear, "Well, there you are," and you see Ada.
Yeah. Vey instantly sprints and like just basically hug tackles him.
Oh, and he hugs you and like kind of stands his ground. The only reason he doesn't get taken down is because he's like 8 foot tall. So
He's tall.
he's able to like take the hit, and he goes, all right. Well,
you have no
this
idea.
must-
It was. I'm so happy to be back. It's bad. It's really bad out there.
How bad?
On a scale of 1 to 10, 11.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I know.
Well, hello everyone. I think you are Basil, Rian, Jessa.
Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Ada.
Hello.
Go ahead. Sorry.
How do you know our names? Or at least know who exactly who is who?
Oh, well, I didn't. You know, now that we're having this conversation, I didn't really think this would be that awkward. It is awkward. Well, I've talked to Vey multiple times through his dreams, and I've also kind of been spying on him throughout his travels.
It's not spying if I know you're doing it.
Well, it's spying if they don't know I'm doing it to you.
Nah, I guess by proxy they're around my vicinity.
But-
So
Don't worry, it's nothing malicious, nothing. I was just making sure that my favorite person in the world was being taken care of and not, dying.
Hmm.
Oh,
Well,
we got
that's-
that taken care of.
It's a very sweet sentiment.
and then he kind of turns. He's like, "This is the accomplished wizard I was talking about. So a resource for Gak. He likes to dabble in magic.
I
That
guess I've come to learn that.
that he doesn't tell his father about. So
Well, that you tell our father about, yes. He got me in some trouble, but it's fine. Anyways, we shouldn't have these conversations now. Maybe later after lunch. Father and mother and, well, sister and brother are waiting inside.
Oh,
all right. Well,
Did you want to kind of freshen up or anything? Are you ready for this, or?
I don't think we really have time for that. So I think, and then he'll
Okay.
kind of look at everyone else like, "Did you want to freshen up?"
I
I-
mean,
I think now's better than never. I don't know how much fresher I can be.
Yeah,
mean-
yours always does look pretty.
as Rian is like
Christ.
still taking ice chunks out of his hair. I mean,
Let me help out with that. And he he snaps his finger, and Rian, all of the ice chunks and like the blood and
Aw.
all of the things on your person just kind of waft away.
wonderful. Well, I'm good to go now.
All right.
Amazing.
Just to let you know, no one's upset. Father's in actually a pretty good mood. He's a little on the tense side as to everything that is happening. So relax. Everything is fine. Don't go in there overthinking anything.
The thinking, I would never dare do that. It's a waste of my time. And he would start walking in.
He opens the doors, and inside you see a very large hall with an arcing ceiling, and on either side is a fireplace that Vey, does not usually get used. However, when they have guests that are not from the area, it is lit, and both of them are. And in the back, standing next to a very large throne-like blue cushion chair, is a very stoic and upright gentleman. He is very, very tall, almost 9 foot. He has very long white hair. that is kind of like it's let loose but kind of tied together with these very ornate hair ties. He's wearing a black and blue robe with the blue that kind of goes down the center. And I will just show you as you see Shen, Vei's father, at the very edge of the table, kind of holding on to the chair. To his right is a very where's the picture? I fucking fall. Oh, there we go. Is a very a very slender, beautiful woman who is wearing a glistening silver and white gown with kind of a translucent mesh. What are they called? It's kind of the thing that you put over your face when
veil?
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. Yeah.
Veil that kind of goes down. Pale blue skin with white hair once again, as you see Veet, Vei's mother.
Aww, pretty.
To the left, you see. Oh my God, there's so many. Another. We're gonna get through them all. A tall gentleman with dark blue and gold attire, with a kind of cape that's kind of going down the left arm, with a scar that goes from one cheek up to the forehead. One of the eyes is kind of glossed over white, and the other is blue, with shorter white hair. As you see Vei's brother, Kashi. And last but not least, you see sitting or standing next to him, almost the same facial features, in a dark blue gown with silvery snowflakes all around it, with long, slicked back white hair. You see Vei's sister, Vare. As Shen looks to the party as you enter, Vei, you walk in with, even though you are a little nervous, you still walk in with purpose, upright, and you know where your seat is. It's right next to your mother. And you start walking towards the seat, and then realize the rest of your party has kind of stopped because they don't know where to go. As Shen looks to the rest of the party and goes, "Welcome to Sangza. Please, choose a seat. It does not matter where you sit. We have much to talk about."
Thank you very much for your hospitality.
And Vei, you go over to your seat where Ada goes next to you. We'll say, Rian, you are sitting next to Vare, with Yersa next to Rian, and next to Ada is Basil. And I'm going to write that down because that matters.
Oh,
Vare.
I'm writing it in the chat right now.
Okay,
Thank
you.
you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you.
My
Sorry.
notes
I-
are all over the place.
That's why I got quiet. I was trying to write it all out and think
Yeah.
at the same time.
Let's see, Vei, Ada, Basil's next to Ada,
I will put art in the chat.
Kashi, Vare, Rian, and Yersa. So the table's kind of like this, if we can't. It's like a really long table with Shen, X is Shen. You see it? And as everyone standing around, I assume, right? You haven't taken your seats yet.
Are they already seated?
They are standing.
Oh, then so would Jeff. Until they sit
Yeah.
down.
Do the same. Wait.
Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Vei is instantly kind of looking at his family and then like looking at the party and then like looking at his family and getting the like tentative like smile, like I brought friends home kind of thing. You know, that's kind of the vibe there.
You can see that Ada has like a smile. You can also tell that Ada seems to be the youngest. But he has a smile, kind of standing next to Vey. Everyone else at the table has like a stern, like closed mouth, like just like you know, almost just royalty.
Yeah.
And eventually, after about a minute, Shen pulls his chair out and sits down, and then almost like a wave of people, everyone pulls their chair out and sits down. I assume everyone does the same thing, but kind of like
Yes.
maybe like
Yeah.
a second slower, like, oh shit, okay, this is happening. And we sit down.
He really milked that.
Yeah. As you all sit down, we're going to pan over to the healer's court. Gideon, after about 30 minutes of 6 healers, including Danielle, casting very strange magic on you. The way they are casting magic, the arcane words they are saying, none of it makes sense to you. But as they cast the magic, every time you start to feel better. There is a very sharp twinge of pain down your left side, and you're kind of covered up at this point right now. Eventually, after 30 minutes, Gak, you are outside the room at this point. Daniel, with his hands over your forehead, there's one last bright flash of blue energy. And he goes, okay, I think... Can you try sitting up?
Gideon will certainly try.
Okay. You are able to sit up. However, as soon as you start to try to move your left leg, it doesn't move. It is stiff. But you are able to sit up. And Danielle looks and says, I'm not sure exactly what happened to you, friend. And I'm not going to pry either. But what was happening, we were able to stop for the moment. And you're probably going to need this. And he kind of goes around and then comes back about like a minute later and hands you this beautiful, like almost like it's carved out of ice, cane.
Gideon will reach out and take it.
As you touch it, it's not cold.
Well, that's good. Well, thank you. It's much appreciated.
Now, I would warn you, this could be a bit of a shock, but do not panic. Gideon, you've kind of been nervous this entire time as they're talking, and you eventually remove the blanket, and you can see your left leg is just this mass. I think the word chitin or chitin, that is just fused together. It's almost like a crab shell, but it's your entire leg that is fused together. You cannot move it. If anybody has seen Arcane and knows the guy Victor, his leg cannot move. So this is kind of what happened to Gideon. As Danielle says, it was actually spreading a lot faster than that. This is where we were able to cut off its connection in your bloodstream. Your whole entire left side would have actually been like this had we not done anything.
I suspect that the colder than normal temperatures might have triggered this initially. I don't have any proof, but I suspect.
It is hard to say, but it seems that that could be one of the many factors. The main thing, however, was that, well, your blood has become toxic. And the reason for the spitting up and feeling that way was because, well, your blood was becoming poisoned. However, we were able to stop it and rid the toxins. However, I believe it will come back. If possible, we can do more research and do more healing. If you could stay, well, you probably will have to stay for at least a couple weeks to possibly a month.
Yeah, that sounds about right. The last time I saw something like this, they didn't make it that long, but they didn't have people like you helping them.
Again, I will not pry for more information unless you want to tell me. But the more information we have, the better we can help.
Gideon will motion over to his bag. Towards the bottom, there will be a small book, red cover. There's various notes in there that might be able to help you. It's not much, but it's everything I'm going to be able to provide on what I am.
Very well. Well, the good thing is you should be able to walk around freely and not experience any of the symptoms that you currently just did. We have stopped the process for now. Again, it is not permanent, but if you would like, I know your friend is out there waiting on you. If you would like to walk around the city and get some fresh air.
I think a bit of movement would do me some good. I think I'll take you up on that. Should I feel worse, I'll return right here, though.
All right. If you would like, your effects are over there on the table. We've also provided you with a cloak to stay warm, unless you want to wear. And he looks over to the bright orange coat. That.
Man, fuck everyone's opinion on this. He worked hard on those. If you provided something, I'll of course wear it.
Very well. Well, we will start our research using what you have noted down. You are free to go.
And Gideon will give a nod. He will get dressed, put on the cloak. He will grab his bag after they get the book, and he will head out.
Okay. As you head out to the door, which all you see is like kind of like this arcane archway, and as you get closer, the ice door that is in front of you kind of melts away, almost like you saw previous, and you walk through it, and then it reforms again. And on the other side, you see Gideon limping out with a cane out of the healer's court.
Gideon, how are you feeling?
Well, do you want the good news or the bad first? It's only two options, guy.
Good.
Alright, well.
No, bad.
No. Oh. Are you sure? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do the bad one stuff. We'll do the bad first.
Well, they think they're going to be able to help me, but I'm definitely going to need to stay here for minimum a few weeks, and that's minimum. They really don't have any idea what's wrong with me outside of my blood is becoming toxic and is being problematic. He kind of glances down to his leg, but obviously he's like working, and so it's like covered up, but he knows what it looks like. But hey, at least I'm here, so that's a good start.
Yeah. So what's the good news?
Well, I suppose I kind of summed it up, but they do think that they're going to be able to help me. I'm already feeling a bit better. I mean, the coughing's stopped for now, at least. I feel week. Like, it feels like it's just harder to move everything, you know?
Yeah.
You ever gotten sick and felt like that?
Yeah. Yeah, there was this one time that I was really sick because I was swimming in the lake and it was too cold outside. And I'm not
Uh-huh.
normally, like, the cold doesn't bother, but, like, when I had to deal with, getting sick afterwards, it just kind of messed me up.
Yeah. Oh. I think, getting kind of made or tampered with like I was, you know the story. I think these are some of the side effects that he wasn't able to quite work out.
Mm.
And he
But-
only had his own knowledge, so that's why the others didn't make it, but perhaps these people can do something collectively.
Well, it sounds like they'll be able to.
Oh. It's certainly worth a shot at this point.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I'm-
the fact that I'm moving around and feeling at least better is progress, so
Yeah.
I'll take
that
it.
is
We'll
good.
take progress any day.
Yeah. I'm not sure where we're all going to stay for those 2 or 3 weeks or whatever, but I'm sure there's room. They
Yeah,
will find a place for us. So.
I'm sure. Where they all went to go see Vay's family, I assume.
Yeah, and I don't know if they told me where they were going.
They. Hmm. So
I'm
are
sure
you
we could
saying
ask
need?
people.
I'm sure we could. Is there anyone nearby while we're out in this little waiting room, or no?
I mean, it looks like there's some denizens that are like, you're basically in like the Med Express
Mhm.
of, or the Express. You can see a couple people sitting on benches inside like the lobby, if you so to speak, that seem to be sick.
Okay, let's not bother them.
Well, maybe we can walk around a little bit and try to ask somebody, and then if all else fails, I've got the rock that Yursa has, so we can ask her. But I don't want to interrupt the meeting or whatever, so I think that we should try to ask some other people first.
I think that's very tactful and wise, Gak. Let's get going, but we'll save the stone as a backup in case we're unable to get help anymore.
Yeah.
But no
Also-
sense using it now.
Yeah. Also, Gideon, I just wanted to say that you look really handsome in your chimp coat with your chimp cane.
And Gideon just stares. Thanks, Gak.
You're welcome. It complements the color of your scales.
Thanks. Blue and orange is quite the combination. By the way, how's Chip handling the weather?
I think Chip's fine, actually.
And then I like to imagine that Chip always arrives out of the part on Gak's body that you'd least expect. Like if you're looking at his chest, all of a sudden it's like out of his sleeve. Like he's always just creeping out of somewhere. But Chip just kind of walks out and he's fine. The cold doesn't seem to be affecting him.
Well, that's good. Alright, well, we should try and catch up with the others, so let's... Did you at least see the direction they started walking off in? Anything?
Pretty sure they went that way.
Okay, well, let's start heading that way, find someone that's not, is sick and in need of immediate attention, and we can bother that person and ask for more directions. What do you think?
That sounds good to me.
I like to imagine that there's just a giant castle in the distance and we're like,
There is.
Well,
yeah,
There
Where
is.
do we go?
I mean, who knows, right? That's an assumption.
exactly.
We can't just
Yeah.
march up to that assuming that's the place. What if we just get executed?
Hey, I bet someone up there would know where Vay's family is.
I bet they would. Alright. But yeah, we
So-
will start going.
Okay, you walk out into the thoroughfare of the city, and literally right next to you all is the river. And you can see what the other party saw, which was all of these people kind of doing their own little things. The farmers that are farming, there are people kind of building onto their houses. You see the small little creatures, and you start walking through the city. I would like you both to make perception checks. Nice.
Gideon's gonna throw guidance on himself.
Hell yeah.
Okay, that was massive overkill. I rolled a 22 without even adding what my modifier is, and for some reason I didn't have Gideon's
Wow.
sheet up. So I rolled a 19 and a 3 on the guidance. So Gideon's doing pretty well for not feeling well.
I rolled an 11, but for some reason it said no virtual tabletop had been found.
24.
Oh, wait, did I? Hold on. I might have. Was that me, Joe, that I didn't start the virtual tabletop?
No, if you have a Foundry open, it should just go there, but you might need to check the D&D Beyond extension to make sure that you still have the Foundry permissions granted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you got to go to your Beyond 20 app, which is... Or
Yeah,
extension
mine-
app.
For some reason, mine says no permanent permission given.
Can you click on
I
that?
figured that out. There we go.
Yeah.
Perfect. All solved. 11.
24.
I don't even know if mine's working or not. I think it is. Okay. So, Gak got 24, and what did Gideon get? 27?
No, I got a 24.
Oh, shit. Okay. After walking for a couple minutes, I mean, unless you guys want to conversate, you both would see this simultaneously because you rolled the same. You hear what sounds like a snap of a rope, and you both look up and see a gentleman falling off of the building that he was working on. Is there anything you guys would like to do as he is falling?
Oh no. Also, Gideon got a lot higher perception check than I did. Mine was 11 and his was 24.
Oh, I thought you both got 24. Okay. Yeah, Gideon,
No.
you would see this then. You would see this.
Gideon's just like looks and he's just like, oh shit. And he'll quickly throw his hand up and cast Featherfall. How far is the guy falling? Like, we're not talking like 5 feet here. This is like something dangerous, like falling, right?
Like 20 feet.
Oh, okay, I mean, if he's a
also
regular
a-
civilian, that could
Yeah, he's a
kill him.
civilian. Yeah.
Okay,
he's,
yeah, Featherfall.
he's a villager. You said you cast Featherfall?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will throw that on him.
You hear snap and hear ah! And eventually kind of stops midair and starts floating, and he looks down and he's like, oh, thank God. And he kind of levitates back down to the ground. Thank you. Thank you. How can I repay you?
Gideon would just kind of like wave his hand and then thinks about it. Well, actually, we're looking for someone, or someplace more accurately. Fuck. What's Vay's full name? Woebegone Silverblade?
I think we don't really know.
He's never actually fully introduced himself.
Yeah.
No.
Wait,
Just
we've
is
never
everyone-
gotten Vay's last name? Really?
I don't think he's ever said it. I'm
Okay.
So sorry.
Okay, well, do you know where Vay's family lives? Hoping that's not like the equivalent of John in this city.
there's 5 Vays that live in the district.
Son of a
So
bitch.
I rolled for it to see if you would know,
No.
and I rolled a natural 1. So he
God
looks at you
damn it.
and goes, "No, sorry, I don't know of Vay. No, sorry.
All right, well, no problem. Just like looking up, like what did he fall from exactly? Like, did he just trip? Was he like attached to like some sort of a harness and it broke, or like what happened?
It looks like on the roof of the first floor of his house, he had a ladder that was built. It looks like, you know, two pieces of wood with like rope in between for each step. One of the ropes kind of slipped, and one of the ropes, it didn't really snap. What you heard kind of snapping was the ladder kind of grinding against like the ice roof. But the rope itself kind of detached from where it was tied off.
You should definitely go for a whole new setup. If one of those ropes snapped, it's very likely that all the others are close behind it as well.
He looks at the ladder. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the knot I used kind of worked there.
Oh, you built this.
Yeah.
Well, you might. How long ago was that?
Well, I needed to do some work on the roof, and I didn't have a ladder, so I built one yesterday.
Oh. Okay. I'd recommend hiring someone else to do that for your own safety, friend.
It's probably for the best. I'm glad and lucky you were here to save me from falling.
So like looking at it, is more of like the knot he tied was bad? Was like the rope?
Yeah, it looks like he like quite
literally.
literally put the rope through like the holes that he drilled in the wood, and then just like tied it off on one end, like really shittily, and
He
it's
did like
just
the
all
Boy Scout square knot and was like, "Yep, that'll do it."
Yep, and it came undone.
Could Gideon recommend just like a better knot? Like, okay, if you're gonna do this, can you at least do this when you repair it?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Gideon.
Ryan doesn't know knots, so don't ask me.
Me either, but Gideon would. So Gideon could definitely recommend a different kind of knot, and even tell him how to tie it.
So yeah, he'll do all that, and he'll just be like, if you do all that, make sure the rope is strong and steady, you should be just fine.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I better get to tying those knots.
And Gideon will just give a nod. All right, let's keep going, Gak.
Okay.
And you continue. Yes, it is paused. You all continue down the road. You see people fishing off to the side. Eventually, you do run into Caden, who stops and looks at you two and goes, "Oh, well, you look like you're doing better."
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better, thank you.
Oh, good. I didn't know you were sick.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, just
He's
general.
feeling better than I.
Yeah, I was feeling really bad because Gideon wasn't feeling too good.
Oh, well, Gideon, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm up and walking. I didn't get the most ideal of news, but the fact that I have news to be concerned about is a good sign as it is, so I will take it.
I did say that Danielle would make sure you well, better.
Well, we'll get there.
Of course.
I trust you know where Vey is.
Who's Vey? I'm kidding. Of course I know where Vey is.
Good.
I was like, son of a bitch, it's not even his first name.
They are up there, and he points to the large castle in the distance that's been just staring at all of you.
Ah, shoot.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to assume.
I feel like we could have just took a wild guess.
Yeah, but like, if we're wrong, then it just looks bad. We're not even from here. I don't even know who all knows we're here. Like, there's probably people staring at us for so many reasons right now.
There are. There are.
Yeah, Gideon's not looking at them. Purposely avoiding it. Tunnel vision.
Hey, we both match the color scheme, though.
Yeah, you can't tell if it's because you are new people that probably shouldn't be here, or if it's the bright orange ape coats that you are wearing. One of those. As Caden kind of looks at both of you and says, "Are you trying to go up there to meet with your friends?"
Yes.
I would think so. Is it not a good time for us to go and see them?
Well, I don't know exactly where they are currently inside of the castle. If they're already talking to Vay's family, then you could probably go there and wait in one of the many rooms they have.
That sounds nice. Sitting sounds nice, to be honest. So let's head there and wait for them to finish their business.
Yeah.
Right. And he kind of sighs. I'll walk you there. And he turns around. And after like 5 minutes, he notices that Gideon's kind of struggling from the limping. And he kind of whistles. And from behind you both, you hear these large foot steps, but like quadrupedic, as you hear and sliding behind you is a large polar bear.
Oh, it's not Whoop.
It's not Whoop.
Damn.
It's a large polar bear.
Oh.
And there's no conversation. Caden doesn't speak to the bear, but you can see like these facial gestures, and the bear kind of goes next to Gideon and kind of gets down and kind of gesturing Gideon to get on.
Alright, Gideon will read, the signs well enough, and he'll hop on. Is there like a rein or anything to grab, or just Gideon just hold on to like bird?
There's a saddle. Yeah. Okay.
Good. Then yeah, he'll get in and make sure that he's good before kind of giving a nod to show that he's ready for it to start moving.
Okay. The bear gets up and doesn't start running. It just walks next to the two of you. Gideon, with your perception check, as you're riding on the back of this polar bear. Sorry, Gak. You can walk.
Yes.
With your perception check, you're noticing that there are many places in this area. Not only is it otherworldly looking, it also looks very functional, but there are spots of like just arcane that are just, it's very weird to be walking through here and feeling this magical aura. I mean, things are just held aloft, kind of spinning in place for like decorations. And you can see that there are some individuals who are just using magic to, they're literally in the river, kind of using a levitate spell to pick fish up out of the water and put them into their nets. But you're also seeing, although this place is very magical and built very well into this mountain and on this river, knowing that you're probably going to be here for a month, you're looking at spots where you can improve things, not with magic, but with technology, with your the wits about you of the outside world. You are noticing that there are points where, like, the lanterns, you can see they're not as bright as they could be, and they are actually using real fire inside of it, and you can tell that that a certain kind of metal and a certain kind of oil could make that light even brighter, or even turn it magical. You are seeing spots on the road, not all, but most of the road that is kind of carved out of ice is slippery, and you do see some people actually slip as they're walking through. That could probably be improved, like roads in general. And you're kind of, not only have you been looking for a source of arcane to kind of further your goals, you're looking around that you could help these people if you give them the chance. And you start going up the spiral staircase up to the castle for the next 15 minutes. As you get to the gate itself, those two guards are still there, and they look at Caden and say, welcome back. Everything all right? And Caden says, yes. And you could tell he just came down from here. He's very winded at this point. Yes, these are friends of Vay's. If we can let them in, I can walk them in if that would be preferred. Yes, that would be preferred. Follow us. And the doors open, or the gate opens, and you walk up the crystalline, colorless stairs to the the blue, translucent-esque building before you. And you walk in, and you see the 40-foot ceilings with the beautiful columns of ice and prismatic colors around. As Caden kind of looks around, he's like, well, I've been like this far, and then I kind of don't really go much farther than this. Is there anyone around? And you can see eventually walking down the stairs is like a tall, blue skinned individual that's kind of wearing like almost like butler clothes. And he goes, may I help you all? And Caden says, yes, these are friends of Vay. Where is Vay currently and the rest of their party? Oh, they are in the dining hall. I do not think we can disturb them. However, I believe we can take these two to the parlor and they could wait. I will try to see if I can get a message to Shen. And Caden looks back and says, will that suffice, or?
That's fine. Yeah. I'm not really like, I don't know what's happening at all. So yes.
Eventually you all are led down the east wing, and what I didn't mention before is like kind of in the center, like every 10 feet or so, there is a statue of ice built, and most of them look just like ornate shapes built of ice. It's kind of like they're amorphous, kind of what's the word? Oh God, I don't know what it is, but abstract. That's what it is. But there is one of like a dragon, and you are taken to that room, the the 2-story library, with that creature inside who looks back, but it like kind of tilts its head back like an owl would. Instead of moving its body, its head like kind of goes 360 or 180.
Oh, it's like, oh, hate that.
And it kind of just looks at you two as you kind of enter, and Caden goes, all right, this is the last time I'm coming up here. Good luck, you two. I'm going to get some rest. And he turns around and starts walking off, and you are in...
Caden, wait, come back. No, I'm just kidding.
You are in a giant 2-story library, and you can see this, what are known as all-seers, kind of taking these books out and organizing them, but it's still kind of like looking at you all. It's not looking in a malicious way or like an like, it's just keeping an eye on you. And Gideon, this is the most beautiful library you have ever seen. The wall and ceiling almost looks like you can see outside of the castle itself. And the sun inside of here is kind of causing the ceiling to create almost like a starry night sky, but it is daytime out. The walls are made of ice. The furniture inside is made of dark wood, and they are cushioned. There are multiple couches, places for you to study with like these kind of like lights that are kind of looking over desks and everything. It's while the rest of the party is in the dining hall, you are able to peruse whatever possible information is inside of this library.
Good for me.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a good thing Gak has so many options.
Yeah.
Well,
Gak, there are little actual like Rubik's cubes.
Okay.
Not actual Rubik's cube, but
Rubik's
like
cube.
yeah, there's like different little little, not toys, but they're like, learning instruments. Yeah, like that. Yep. That's what Gak is doing.
I honestly think at this point, Gideon wouldn't want to like get really vested into something, particularly right now. So I think he would just kind of find a spot to sit
Mhm.
and just kind of like lean on his cane while he's waiting.
Okay. So as you all have kind of made your way to the rest of the party, in a sense, we are going to go back to the tense energy of the dining hall as Shen has sat down, everyone else has sat down, and eventually, after a couple minutes, a feast is brought out. As Shen is kind of sitting there. So, I believe the name is Seekers of Insania, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, my name is Shen. I am Vei father. This is Adafor. That, and he goes around and he introduces everyone that I've already introduced at the same time. It seems that we have a very important business to talk about regarding the rifts of the world.
If I may, I don't step, but I do feel as though it's necessary for me to explain at least a little. My name is Yrsa, Yrsa Moonglade, and I am from a very small village called Lunaria. And perhaps you've heard of it, perhaps you know of. Well, we have a rift as well. It's my job to protect. And so I just would like to say on behalf of everyone here, we understand, if not I most of all, may be uncomfortable to have strangers in your home, especially if you're not sure that you can understand. I'm sorry, what? My sensitivity too high?
No, it needs to be turned. It's like at the end of your words, you're being
Oh.
cut off a little bit.
Sorry.
That's okay. You're good. You're good.
Oh yeah.
Okay. What was she saying?
You were talking about you're from Lunaria. There's a rift there.
Don't know if you've heard about Lunaria.
Uncomfortable
Yes.
with people being in your space.
Sorry, my train was derailed. Yeah. So I apologize if this is sudden, and I understand that having strangers in your home can be very uncomfortable and hard to trust. I am still learning to accept strangers into my home and my heart as well. But I can say on the behalf of everyone here, we want nothing but the best for your people and your home, and simply to learn as much information as we can.
I do appreciate the sentiment, and I will say there's no malice from our family towards you at all. If Vei trusts you, as he looks over at Vei and he gives like a gentle nod, then we do as well.
Vei is like nodding like, yeah. You can see that like casual like golf nod of, I trust them.
I will say that this meeting is definitely different, and the circumstances are higher. So it is needed. To your question, I am very much aware of Lunaria and its rift, and I am aware of you, Yrsa Moonglade.
Oh. Well, that is a good thing, I hope.
I've heard what you have done with the rift over there and how you have kept it safe, and I've heard that you have passed it down to your sister.
That is correct.
I think that you and your sister and those before you have taken very good care of the Feywild Rift.
Thank you. That means a lot. This is the first that I've met anyone else who at least understands how difficult that can be.
Yes, the tradition of the Rift Warden has died hundreds of years ago. The tradition of meeting with one another and talking about what is going on with our ends of the world has kind of phased out in this day and age. So, Yursa, Seekers of Insania, we are here to discuss the rift's opening, the rift that recently opened, what to do next, and I believe you all have questions for me, and, well, my family as a whole.
So I know when I'm not an expert on a situation, so I'll defer to the rest of the group on it. I wasn't even able to get a very good look at the rift when we first saw it passing through, so I think most questions are going to be from the others at the table.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, not Shen. Oh gosh. There's a lot of people at the table. Gotta remember here.
Yeah, you used all of them. The whole list.
Veet looks over to Vey and goes, Vey, you've been awfully quiet.
It's just been a lot. I guess my first worry and question is where are we aware of where the new rift is going at all, or are we totally in the dark about that? Because what I saw in it was kind of not good, I guess.
I am aware of where it goes. Yes. And
Vey does the thing where he like kind of leans closer into like table and like looks at his dad and like blinks slowly.
that rift goes to a place known as the Abyss.
Oh no!
What is concerning about that, and our Rift Warden Yursa would know as well, there are layers to the planes of existence. The ones closest to us are known as the Shadowfell and the Feywild. Beyond that are other dimensions and planes of existence that are too many to count and name. However, there are a couple that extend even that. One of which is the Nine Hells, where it's said that the Betrayer gods, some of them, reside. Another is Mount Celeste, or Celestia, which is said to the prime deities, the created gods. That I cannot tell you if that's true or not. However, close to the Nine Hells, on that, if you want to call it a diagram, is the Abyss. That means most rifts I know of, and the ones that surround us, are the planes of elements, and again, the Shadowfell and the Feywild. Past that, it's a lot harder to open a rift to those outer planes. This is one of those outer planes, and I cannot tell you if I know of any other rifts currently open that lead to an outer plane.
That would at least explain why we were attacked by those gorilla creatures. These were demonic in nature. Vey, you said you saw what was in the rift.
Yeah, it seemed like, I guess the best way to describe it was almost like a city on a mountain. It was dark and foreboding, but like a city on a mountain kind of orb. I'm not explaining this well, but as he kind of turns, he's pulling out the rubbings he did of the manacles, and he's sliding them over to his dad.
His dad takes it. And he looks them over, and he looks over at Ada and slides it towards Ada. And you can tell this wasn't a gesture of like he couldn't do it. It was more like a test for Ada as he slides it over. And Ada takes them and goes, all right. 1 second. And you see Ada just kind of wave his hands over. And as I look through my notes, because I have it in here somewhere.
I took these rubbings. So
I
I
know
want to
you
know what they mean. What if it's
many-
just like Gregory, property of Gregory?
That's what it says. It
the
says
demon.
Gregory.
Damn.
Gregory the demon.
Okay.
If
He waves his
found,
hand.
please return to.
Gregory. He waves his hands, and you kind of see the what are the etchings? What are they called? What did you say they are?
The
Rubbings,
rubbings?
like,
Yeah, the rubbings. You see the paper kind of like move ever so slightly, and all of you, I mean Basil, Yursa, and Vey, who can cast magic. Vey, you're very aware of this. With just a wave of his hand, Ada turns this abyssal, like weird language, and you watch on the page itself the letters start to like morph and change, like in a ripple effect. And it says, "Deep Father."
Huh.
That's not good.
That sounds like the name of the club.
It is.
Yeah, it's a demon.
It's a club in the
They all-
abyss called the Deep
Yeah.
Father.
yeah. Uns.
And Ada says it out loud and goes, "I'm not sure what that means, but that's what it says." And he kind of hands it back to you, Vey, and now it just says Deep Father. It doesn't go back to a different page.
Yeah. I guess Vey's, and he's like, does that mean anything to anyone?
I don't believe so.
I mean, I don't know, John. I don't know if Rand's made the connection yet. But would God, that makes this difficult. So I guess from what they described, does Rand feel a certain way about the description of the mountain city? Does that fit the description of the thing that he saw in his vision from the sword?
I would say that Vey's description of it,
Yeah.
it's really hard to ascertain. I mean, there might be a connection made there, but Vey said a city on a mountain.
Okay, so all right.
There's more details that would be like, boom, I know exactly what it is. But I think Rian would be very suspicious. He would be very on like, hold on, what? Okay, I'll put that back here.
So when he was doing the thing, when he was at the place, would he have read anything in those tomes that he found that would have mentioned anything like that?
Make
I could make a check, maybe. It's okay if not. That's a bit of a stretch, but
let's make a history check, and the DC is gonna be really high.
that is okay. History. Let me open this bad boy up. History. I'm proficient. Got +4. Yay.
It's this text and this name is not ringing any
Yeah.
bells.
Okay, that's fine.
You can even see on Shen's face and the rest of everyone at the table, nothing like their eyes don't go up and like surprise, like they don't know what it means.
Do you?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Do you think it's possibly a god who's wanting to start taking control, and he's primarily in the abyss, and he's the one who's starting to open up the planes, or he's wanting to be the god, and he's just starting out as the Deep Father.
It's not unreasonable to think that. I've never. The name Deep Father is not quite clicking with me at this current moment. However, I would mention that, again, us Rift Wardens know that these rifts are open by either a cataclysmic event of magic or by a very strong entity that harnesses magic, that can rip a rift in the space itself. If these things that you said you fought, these demonic ape creatures, had this on them, it's not unlikely to say that this might be related. I will say that a god, I do not think this is. Gods usually tend to, especially for those who that lean more on the evil side, tend to keep to one single name, so that their name is spread throughout the lands, and that name has come to be feared. Never heard of a god named the Deep Father, so I don't think this is a god.
Just as kind of while that's happening, Vay's realizing he didn't describe it really well, and he's gonna minor illusion what he saw in the rift, just for like the kind of party in general and like the table, because he's realizing that probably can help.
Was it Vay, Basil, and Yursa who saw inside?
I
Yeah,
believe
I'm
so.
pretty sure.
Yeah.
Could we assist to add like a
collective description.
Yeah.
and like
Give me-
have that, and then have Vay, like, for the sake of time, like we all kind of put together, and Vay like makes that
Yeah.
vision.
What is displayed is that.
Oh, scary, scary, scary.
Shit.
Horrific.
Shit. Shit.
Rian, there's an immediate connection as you see this.
Anyone with a passive insight higher than 9 sees Rian go, ah, and then immediately like, huh? Yes. Interesting.
For the first time this entire conversation, Kashi, Vay's brother, the older one, speaks up and goes, "Are you all right, friend?"
Yeah.
I believe we are at this table trying to figure out what is going on with the world. If you have information that could help.
Rian,
think it
do
would
you
be useful.
recognize this?
Oh, God. Yeah. All right. I do. And he'll look up towards Yursa and he'll say, you know this place too. I've told you about it. I didn't have a chance to tell you about the vision I saw, but I'll try my best to keep a long story short. You have done all of us a great favor in letting us come here, someplace that is very valuable and a place that you've taken many great lengths to keep secretive and to keep safe. And this information I've carried with me for the past 20 years. The only person who knows it is Yursa, and it could help. I don't know, but it might help. Many, many years ago, long before I ever took up a life of adventuring, I I needed to find medicine for my family. A great sickness hit our village, and I was one of the only people that wasn't affected. I knew that there was a medicine that could help in the mountains near my home, and so I left. I traveled. I tried to find this flower that I was looking for. On my way there, I never found it. But what I did find was the ruins of a castle, if you could even call it that. But it looked like there was a crater that had been pulled out of the top of this mountain. There were only remnants that remained of that place. I could tell that there were many impacts and blasts, like a fight had happened there. It's I don't know if the name means anything, but I believe that they were called the Okunai people. And at the site,
You see Shen put his hand up. I know these people.
Joe's smiling. Rian's not. You do.
Yes, I may not look it, but I am over 1,000 years old. I've been around quite some time. My father, before me, well, he was one of the first Vanda. We can talk about that later. However, the Okunai people, I believe that their civilization was known as Ventus Ferrum. About 500 years ago, they were attacked by an individual, a creature. Not much is known about what it was. That was a detriment and could have potentially destroyed the world. This is said to be where the first rift was created. However, it is no longer there. Because the Okunai people, very distinct fighters, but in a time of magic, very magical. They saw an opportunity to trap this creature, and they transported or teleported their entire city to where the creature was originally from, using the power of the rift. Everything after that was kind of a blur. No one really saw or heard from them ever again. They never returned. All that was left was a crater in the mountain in Siri. Well, it seems now we know they traveled to the abyss.
And Rian looks very lightheaded as he says, "Well, it's good to know that those people, their sacrifice was for the greater good, I suppose. There was one more thing that I, and thank you for that. You have no idea how much that means to hear. But there was one more thing that I saw while I was there. Outside it was I guess a tomb or a crypt of a sort that I explored mostly with statues. And I would say just because of his familiarity with it, I would say that as Rian is kind of scratching his head and maybe his sleeve is falling down a little bit, Shen might be able to see tattoo that is separate from the rest of his sleeve, that crane on his wrist. And as he's scratching, he says, I saw a mark outside that tomb, that crypt, and it looked like this. And he'll kind of maybe ask Vey for the parchment and pen. He doesn't have minor illusion, so he can't do that shit.
Sure, yeah.
But he'll draw that.
Unfortunately, I do not know what that means. Again, this civilization was around more than 500 years ago. I've never been there, never traveled there. I've been here my entire life. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't mean to pull away from the conversation too much, as the rift's opening is by far the more important thing. But considering the longevity of this nation and the knowledge you may have collected, do you have any reading on these people here? Any information? Most of their tomes were destroyed, aside from a few very select books. I'd love to get to know them more, if you have anything.
I believe after our conversation, you could take a trip into the library and possibly find anything on them. However, I would like to continue this conversation, but I think that it would be best if all of your friends were here. I've gotten word that your other party members are just waiting in the library. As he kind of claps his hands. As this is all happening, Gak and Gideon, the butler does say, you have been requested by Lord to attend the lunch.
Okay. Is there anything we need to know before we go in here?
He looks at Gak and Gideon, and he just walks over and like kind of starts taking off the coats.
And he fucking sucks. I hate it here.
He puts them
I'll
on
take
the
my
rack.
chances.
And he goes, other than that, chin up, good posture, and as you walk in, go directly to the open seats and take your seat.
Gotcha. Thank you so
Alright.
much. What was your name?
Jared.
Thank you, Jared.
You're welcome.
Let's go, Gak.
And he walks you in there. Yeah, pimp coats not allowed.
Moratorium of pimp coats.
The orange would have really made the place pop.
Yeah, I agree.
Only
Yeah.
white
You
allowed
know,
here, don't
It
you
really
know?
stands out from the white.
Dump it. This city sucks. Dump it.
They're just
Um,
jealous.
As you are all waiting from a side door, you hear it open, and you see walking in is Gak, and limping in is Gideon.
Gideon, you all right?
Glancing down to the cane. Sure.
You're alive.
Yes. Yes, I am.
I hate you, Nick. Oh my god.
What is that? I can't.
That's gonna be a hard no for me, dog. You look like a hot Cheeto.
I don't know. I'm digging it.
I love it.
Joe, I hope that the stream is catching that nice full view.
Oh yeah, it is.
That's amazing.
Great going, Nick.
That's what Jared made Vey's family miss out on.
A tragedy.
Tragedy, truly.
The two of you walk in. I would out. I'm only curious. Does Gak just walk in, just like all
Yeah,
the way, like?
His chin's a little too high. It's not like all the way up, but it's a little too high.
Mhm.
And he's trying to make himself taller. And he's probably taking like slower steps. One, because Gideon is limping, and two, he's like almost on his tiptoes. Like he's really trying to be as perfect posture as he can.
Sweetheart.
So the two of you get to the open chairs and you sit down. Gak. Well, there's two open chairs. One beside Yrsa and one beside Basil. So who's beside who?
Gideon
Gideon.
can get the closer chair.
That would be the
Sure.
Yrsa.
Yak will probably like pull out the chair for Gideon. Yeah, help him sit down.
Gideon will just give a nod and he'll take a seat.
Okay. Basil or Gak, you're next to Basil. As you two sit down, Shen introduces everyone once again, and then says, "Well, I believe that we can continue our conversation." And that, I think, is where we're going to take our break before we get
my
back into
goodness gracious.
probably a vast majority of just role play and all kinds of goodies.
Oh,
So we'll be back.
Yay.
yeah.
Let's everyone
We'll
be
be
back,
back.
at
20.
yeah, 20 is good.
20.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ba-na-na-na. Woo, we're back.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's just jump right into this, table conversation that we're currently having. As Rien was talking about a vision that he had in the people of the Akunai people that he has history with, Shen just laid an entire lore dump on the party, but more so Rien realizing that the Akunai people in the city known as Ventus Ferrum was the floating city that Basil, Vey, and Yursa saw inside of what is now known as the Rift to the Abyss, one of the outer planes of the existence. At this point, Gideon and Gak, who had been waiting in the library, Gideon falling asleep, probably all from all of the meds he is on currently, was
Yeah,
was
cocaine's
requested.
a hell of a drug.
Yeah, was requested by Shen to join them at the table in their lunch as the two of you sat down, and he introduced everyone once again. Shen looks across the table towards Yursa and goes, "Well, Rift Warden, I assume you have other questions for me, and we should probably start talking about our next plan of action."
I did have one thing that I just remembered that might be useful. That floating city that we saw. Sorry, it's just this is something
No,
that
I was just making a joke.
this is something that I realized that he should probably say if we're talking about important things that may be of note.
I just.
While I was there, I this sword that I use to fight with, it's shown me things before, flashes of a history of memory. I'm not sure, but one day I tried to communicate with it, and it showed me that city, the one that all of you showed in your minor image, and the sword told me, do not go there.
Ada speaks up and says, well, considering that it is inside of the abyss, I would assume that's probably a good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
No, just me. We should go.
No, I agree.
I'm
I
glad.
think everybody agrees.
All right.
Okay.
Well, what I'm saying is, I believe that you know, you were given a warning for some reason. You said, how long have you had this blade? Rian, right?
Yes. 20. 22 years, I believe.
Damn.
Yes, Jared. Damn
All right,
indeed.
Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
Right. Because she speaks up again and says, and this blade has not attempted to take over your mind, become sentient in any way, or, you know, try to make you evil.
Not to my knowledge, no. Just teaching me more things about the Okunai people and the way they fought.
Veet speaks up and says, well, I believe that then, obviously this was left behind for someone to fight it.
Hey, John, do we know how, like, time works in the Abyss? Like, would those people being there, like, would that have an effect on them? If they're even alive? Like...
I will say, anybody who goes in, because you're a Rift Warden, you wouldn't know specifically the Abyss.
Right. That's out of her
even as a
realm.
Rift Warden, like, the Abyss in the Nine Hells is like, we've never, like, those rifts don't open. But anybody who's from this material plane and stays a long time in any rift, for a certain amount of time, will start having effects on them. Now, you don't know how time works in the Abyss, but just from the Feywild, you know that time is irrelevant.
Gotcha.
There is basically no concept of time in the Feywild. You could be in there for minutes, and it would be days outside in this plane. But it doesn't work the same every single time. You could be in there for an hour, and it would be a day in the real world. So,
Right.
it's kind of hard to say. We're getting into the weirdness of the multiverse and all of the bullshittery that goes in between the things. But you would be able to ascertain that if these people have been in the Abyss for 500 years, your time.
Right. Who knows what that is?
Who knows how long that's been in the Abyss?
Yeah.
And it does have an effect on people.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rian, just from what I know of you and your blade and all that you've learned, I'm sure it is just a way to connect you with those people, to teach you their ways without... Well, we don't know how long exactly they've been there, so perhaps this is a way for those people to live on through you. If their culture and society has changed drastically, maybe you are the keeper of their origin. If that makes sense.
I suppose it does, yes.
And she'll kind of look at you with a very knowing look.
Yeah, and he'll nod, and he'll say, Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt before. Please ask your questions if you have them.
Well, you're not interrupting at all. This is a very important development because we don't know as much as we think we do. She kind of turns back to Sten. What is his name?
Shen.
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 Shen. Yeah. I suppose my biggest question that I have, and I think we all would be interested in this. We have been made aware, due to circumstances, of course, that the rift that you guard here, you were able to find a way to, I don't know if seal it is the correct word, but control it until recently. Is there a way that maybe we could do the same for whatever rift is out there with the one for the abyss? If it's possible to close it, if you could tell us about yours.
Well, our rift is considered, now at least, one of the first rifts to have ever opened. Our rift has been around open since after, I believe, is what is called the Calamity. So, 5,000 plus years ago. It leads to the plane of ice and snow, obviously. From around us, this area once was not covered in snow, it's not covered in ice. This mountainous range was vast grasslands and fields. That was until, well, this rift opened. My father, he was the first Rift Warden. And when he passed, through his knowledge, we figured out how to harness, or at least encapsulate, the connection to the rift. And I believe you know kind of how this works, Yessa. How when a rift opens, there are two connections. A connection on this plane and the plane that it opened from. The rift itself connects itself to sentient beings, those with intelligence, and the ones closest to them. My father was the one who was connected on this plane. The other being was an elemental on the other plane. We were able to find that elemental, and although not destroy the connection, transfer the connection into these artifacts that I believe Vey has told you about. One artifact houses the elemental's connection to the plane, while the second artifact houses, well, now my connection. The one that was stolen was the one with the elementals. Being able to house those connections on this side, inside of those artifacts, allows us to make sure that the rift cannot open any further, and that things are normal. However, I believe that Vey has told you that one of those artifacts has been stolen. And although no one really knows how to close a rift or destroy that connection entirely, its vicinity to the rift itself is of importance. So, with that artifact gone, the rift has become a little more unstable, but not enough that I cannot handle. I hope that answered your question.
It does. But that this leads me to more, and I apologize. But 3 questions, I suppose. The first, and I assume this is why Vey, you've been sent on your mission. who would want to steal such a thing from you? Especially if it's, ensuring peace and stability. Do you have any leads?
Was the question asked towards Vey or towards Shen?
Both.
Vey, did you have anything on it?
Vey would look and he's like, I would hazard to say that not everyone is like you and thinks of peace and prosperity. Obviously, you know that, or we all know that rifts hold great magical power. They have to be what they are. So if you could take an artifact that has the essence of one, or the magic surrounding one, and funnel that into something else, you could possibly have something that could cause mass devastation and destruction, should you wish to use it. Which is what I assume happened when, is what they want from Oz.
Ada kind of speaks up and says, yes, I've actually been tracking this as best I can for the artifact. From what I recall and was told by Vey, he was recently attacked by an ice elemental, bearing the symbol of a very known individual to our people, Auril, or to those who record her, the Frost Maiden. Technically, her plane of existence is on the other side of that portal. So, it seems that it's possible that people of the Vanda that are possibly cult-like and maybe even close to our family in general stole the artifact. That I'm not very certain on, but I do know it's connected to a cult of Auril, or a cult of the Frost Maiden.
Right. And just again, I apologize for the many questions, but
That is why we are here, Rift Warden. Ask your question.
if these connections are to be true, and as I can stand by and say that mine very much is, and you as well, then that leads us both to believe that somebody has been connected to the rift that opened on this side for the abyss. Which means there is
Yes.
someone around who either knows or doesn't know that they have this connection. That within itself is very dangerous.
'Tis. And that why this is of utmost importance and almost dire, if not dire, to the existence as a whole. You said that there were many Red Riders and Valamine guards surrounding this rift.
Many.
I can't be certain if one of those people have the connection to the rift itself. I do
You
know.
Oops, sorry, go ahead.
I do know that if the Valamine Empire, I know that they've created a party dedicated to finding these rifts and to use it to siphon their power for their own gain. Seeming that the Valamine Empire has sent this party there, I assume it doesn't seem like we're going to find or even be able to appoint the next Rift Warden to that portal.
Yeah, Ursa gets a little uncomfortable at that. You don't have any say to tell them to leave, or
I unfortunately cannot leave this place. If not, fortunately. If I was to leave, then the portal, the rift, would become more unstable. And I am not willing to risk our civilization to go and confront the Valamine Empire.
right? I understand that.
have a question.
Yes. What is your name?
Hi, I'm Gak.
What is your question, Gak?
So I was just thinking about something you said earlier, and you said that, with the artifact being stolen, it makes the rift portal harder to control, but it's nothing you can't handle.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by nothing you can't handle?
In order for the portal to become very unstable, both artifacts, because they are on this plane of existence, would have to be very far away from the portal itself. I, for lack of better words, am a very, very powerful arcane user. And through thousands of years, through my father, and now myself, research, I've figured out magic specifically to be able to negate the damages that one of these portals can do, but only because those connections were so close. I'm still able to maintain it.
Do you think that the fact that this is happening at other portals, do you think that that has to do with the artifact being gone from yours? Or do you think the artifact being gone from yours is because it's happening to other portals?
I don't think the two are related. Our portal goes to the plane of ice and snow, and the two connections we kept very safe next to it. Again, when a new portal is opened, those two connections are created upon its opening. Each portal is different from another, and none are connected in a way.
Yeah. I think it's kind of weird that all the portals are having trouble at the same time. And I just get a weird feeling about it. So I wasn't sure if you thought that maybe they're connected or not.
Well, Gak, it is good that you have a weird feeling about it, because it is weird, and it is very concerning. Yursa, and, well, Seekers, I believe, no, this could be a dead end, but it could also be helpful to our plight. A wizard that was a Rift Warden and is no longer a Rift Warden now, because we believe him to be dead. But a wizard nonetheless, known as Illidor Domain, said that he was the only one who was able to close his rift. His rift leading to the plane of fire. His last known location was in the forests of Hillgrove. From my knowledge, once he closed his rift, no one had ever heard or seen from him again. But, again, this could be a dead end, or it could not be. If the old man is still alive, he would have to be upwards of 130 years old. And I can't imagine he's just shut himself away for this long for no reason.
I think it's definitely something to look into.
Indeed.
Dead end or not.
It pains me to say that I do not have all of the details I need, and I don't have all the information. What I do know is that, and he looks over to Vey, You and your friends are probably the most equipped currently to handle something of this magnitude. At least one of the only groups in the world that understand what is happening.
You Vay kind of like does that lean again. He's like, "Oh my god, you're serious? Okay. Okay.
I cannot leave Sangsa. And I do not think that anyone else really understands the gravity or has the information that you do now. Vay, I am taking you off the task of finding the artifact. I am now tasking you. And he looks to the rest of the party. And if you all would want to accompany my son. After, of course, I believe you are going to go talk to Lady Gemcloak.
Yes,
Yes,
we do have to
that
do that.
is the plan, yes.
Which she might have more information. But there's no title for this. But as Rift Wardens, we are dedicated to protecting a single rift that we are connected to. However, since there is a very accomplished Rift Warden amongst your party, very accomplished fighters and arcane users, as I would have to say, did not perish to Isle Rose. Sorry for that, by the way. And of course, Vay, I would hope that you all would continue this journey and hopefully you get some answers in Hillgrove and possibly either make sure that the wardens of each rift are okay, as we have not had conversations with them in years, hundreds of years, or if possible, and I don't know what it is, close these rifts. He looks back to Vay. I know this is a large task, but you are the only one I can trust, and the only people who know this information.
Who is going to be trying to find the artifact?
Ada raises his hand. I am. Oh, by the way, I'm going with you all to Lady Gemcloak.
You are?
I am. And Shen
More
speaks.
the merrier.
Shen speaks up and goes, "Yes, Ada will be traveling with you if you would accept him. He is on the path to becoming the next Rift Warden, Sangsa. And he needs to go through this trial.
Wow.
But first, he needs to find the artifact."
Congrats, Ada. I hope this is something you're wanting.
I have trained my entire life for this. However, you know, when it's put out there that you are going to be the next one, it's a little hard to, internalize.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of pressure, I'm sure.
Oh, not as much as saving the world and closing the rifts.
You know, when you have very low positivity, it makes it a little bit easier.
This got depressing quickly.
The older brother speaks and goes, "I'm not sure that's how that works, but
I'm sure
God.
you'll do great, Otta. You seem to have a good head on your shoulders in the little time that I've known you." And he'll kind of look to Basil like, "Hey, lighten it up a little bit."
I meant for us as our group, it's helping me feel better about the whole saving the world thing. Ada, I think you'll be a great Rift Warden. If we make
No
it,
doubt.
Oh.
if the world is saved.
Yes, Basil. We're going to try our best,
Yeah.
Basil. The more you say it, it doesn't get better.
Yeah. Vay looks at them and then looks looks at his dad and he's like, "You're positive we're the only people. Like you're sure. Like
You're quite literally the only people.
Mm. No old acquaintances, no one. Just us.
Another group
Okay.
of adventurers.
Vay, I have not left Songsa for over 600 years.
You can write letters, can't you?
Vay,
If you
I
do not
think
want
we can
this
handle
task,
it.
I
All
could
right.
give it to your brother.
No, it's fine. We can do it.
I mean, listen, we saved a town from vampires. The next step up is saving the world,
Well,
right?
Vampires.
Maybe we can
Yeah.
get customized bags.
Bags.
That sounds like fun.
um,
That'll boost the positivity.
Yeah, boost the morale.
Anna says, I mean, I could try and find something. We are royalty. We could probably get something made.
oh my god, please stop, all of you.
What's
For the
Vay?
love
You
of-
don't want. You don't want
no
matching
match.
bags.
No matching. I am not
Ooh.
matching.
It could be a really decorative SOI, like a crest.
See?
Ooh.
Oh, that's
So
Jack
I
puts
just
his hands up a little bit and he goes, "Guys, let's be normal."
God. Vay
You're-
is just like, he leans into the table and he's like, anyway, what I was trying to say is that we've been invited to dinner with vampires and it's a big fucking deal. And I just wanted to mention that because we had kind of forgotten. But they're saying that they're going to kill us if we don't go. So
There is
that's
that.
also on the plate.
We do have a little bit of time before we need to make a decision on that, but it is within the month, if I'm not mistaken.
Veet speaks up and says, "Well, vampires shouldn't be too big of a deal. You have been continuing your training, have you not, Vay? I did tell you before you left."
Damn.
Oh,
Mm.
Vay's been continuing their training all right.
Insight check. No.
What do you mean?
Well,
He sends me on runs in the morning.
Veet actually like laughed out loud.
Yeah.
Really?
Rian Vay looks at Rian. He's like, Rian, meet the woman who trained me.
well, it's wonderful to meet you. I've been teaching him what I know of the way the Okunai people fought. I've always found it to be good to diversify a little bit. One teacher is great, two is better, and three, well, I don't know. I think that learning a lot can help. But I'd love to, if we have time before we depart, to learn
Excuse
a few.
me, that's my
to
wife.
learn. That's my wife. Oh shit.
He cast power word kill. You're dead.
I'd love to learn a few things from you if we have time before we depart. If there's time,
Well.
of course.
Danielle is a pretty good healer, so I assume we have some time.
Wonderful. But rest assured, the moment we leave, the training will resume. I told him I'd give him a little break while he was back visiting his family. He threatened me a couple of times that to not embarrass him, I think was the exact wording. Kill may have been thrown around a little bit, but I try not to dwell on the small details. You know what I mean?
Well, he said he didn't want me to embarrass myself in front of all of you while training with him, and I just told him that wouldn't be a problem. So,
I
I
think
feel
you and
like
I
before-
remember two distinctly different conversations.
yeah, they gives this slow look and then this slow blink, and then just like looks away. Like you can totally like no insight check. You can totally tell that he's doing the like I'm going to ignore everything I don't like about that conversation.
And now that Rand's getting a better feel for Vay's family, they're a lot less rigid than what he was imagining.
Veet says, well, if we do have time, I would love to see what you've been teaching Vay, and maybe you could teach me something.
It would be an honor.
Oh my
And
God.
Am I
She looks
flirting
back.
with Vay's mom? What's happening?
Your husband is right there.
Shen says, so, is there any other questions about the rifts?
I feel like I would get kicked out of the room if I asked again if there was anyone else, so I'm not going to. But put a pin in that. I don't have any.
And this is a something that I just thought of, but if we do find one somewhere out there in the world, is there anything we can do to serve as a band-aid, if that makes any sense, just to prevent things from breaking through for a short period of time?
Well, surely I can't even say that anymore. Finding the warden, I would assume, and Ursa looks to Shen instead.
In a perfect world, yes, there would be a warden for every rift. However, there are rifts we do not even know exist that have been around for years. Sometimes, when rifts open, the connection to those, normally the person feels the connection and feels an obligation to stay near the rift. Some of those people do not do that. The ones that do are considered rift wardens. Or they find someone to watch over the rift while their connection is still connected. If you find a rift that is unstable, unfortunately, none of you are very, not to be rude, accomplished and strong spellcasters. However, you are.
I'm getting there.
Well, let's hope that by the time you find an unguarded rift, that you will be there.
Well, yeah, let's hope too.
Is there perhaps a spell that you could teach Gak now? Maybe that he could have in his spellbook just in case?
No, Well, how many years have you been casting magic, my friend?
Oh, probably about, I guess like 21 or something like that.
Years.
Yeah.
Well, we could try.
Insight check. Does Gak know how long a year is?
Also, while that's happening, Vay looks his father in the eye, switches to primordial instantly, and goes, his book talks to him. It's sentient.
He tables that as he hears that and kind of gets like a twinge. Interesting. So, if you are an arcane master, you've been practicing magic for 21 years, then I guess I could attempt to teach you this spell.
I wouldn't
If
say
you're-
master, but I've been dabbling for that long. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Are you afraid of dying if I teach you this spell?
I'm gonna die if I learn it.
It is a very, very powerful spell.
Perhaps, Gak, when
Yeah.
you're a little stronger and you've had time to grow with your magic.
So like, it's not like I'll die if I cast it. It's I'll die if I learn it.
Correct.
That's why.
Vay again in primordial. Please don't teach him anything right now. Just not right now. I think.
In Primordial, Gideon says, Give him a chance.
Yeah,
Wasted.
Smiles at Vay.
Yeah, I know. Vay looks at Gideon. He's like, in Primordial still. He's like, if you want him to blow himself up, that is absolutely your prerogative, Gideon.
You know,
Wait,
I'm
wait.
gonna
Just
ignore
don't.
the mumbling that's
Yeah,
happening.
what
over
is
there,
happening?
and-
You just hear.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Who opened a window?
Well, like
So-
it. Sorry, go ahead.
Shen, if it would help people, I guess, yeah.
Gak, you don't have to. Something that I love about this group is that we may not be masters at everything. We may not have lived as many years as you and have gained the wisdom of 1,000 people. But we constantly put our hearts into everything we do. And we make a lot of mistakes, but we learn from them. And being with each other, we've made it this far from being complete strangers. Within a month, we've accomplished so much. So I hope you don't feel little about us.
I do not. I feel highly about your group. Again, if Vay trusts you and brought you here, then I think as highly as I do of him about you all. As we are talking about this, Gak, I will politely decline in teaching you this magic currently,
That's okay. I am a little scared.
as you should be. And it is not a gate closure, it is a stabilizer spell. There's no magic known currently that can close gates, other than whatever Illidor did.
Yeah, I feel like the death to like stabilization thing, I don't think it weighs out, but maybe later.
Later. Now that we've had this conversation, I think we all feel slightly better about everything. Obviously, this is very important, very dangerous.
I agree. I think the best course of action for all of us, and I don't want to speak for us, but would be to find this man, if possible, in Hillgrove and learn what we can from him if he is still alive. However, I do stress concern, and I know you don't wish to leave, nor do I think you should. But you seem to be a very powerful man. If there is anything you can do to stop the Valamite Empire from being around that rift, I'd like to think that the Red Riders have good intentions, but there was a man down there in particular who I know for a fact does not have good intentions. And you know as well as I that they are using energy and power and magic from these rifts for their own benefit, and sometimes that's not always a good thing. I don't know if you could send word to have them... I don't know. If they're containing it, and if that's the way they're phrasing it, that's one thing. If they are monitoring what comes in and out, sure, that's good. But I worry that it's more than just that.
will see
I
what
understand if
can
I'm
do.
asking too much.
It's as much as I would ask of another warden. I will see what I can do, and what I can conjure up. But I make no promises.
I appreciate you just even considering it.
if I believe that we have been talking for quite some time, and there are things that I need to attend to. You all are more than happy to stick around and peruse the library, as he looks at Rian, and conversate between yourselves. And let me know your exact answer to what I was asking of the party. I believe that lunch is adjourned. Vey, I would like to speak to you in private.
All right. Yes.
And he stands up, and then everyone else stands up. I assume the party does as well.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
Your son will
He-
help Gideon stand.
He bows and to all of you and looks over at Ada and says, Ada, if you would be so kind to show them the library and possibly around the castle, should they choose.
How will we, Vey? How can we meet up with you when you're done talking?
I'll find you.
Okay. It was nice meeting you all.
You as well.
Thank you for the lovely lunch.
Thank you for the company. Good afternoon. As you all are escorted out, Vey, you stay there, and so does Veet. Veet looks over at you and says, so, how are you feeling about everything?
Good. Maybe.
Maybe's not a definite answer.
No, I just I don't know if I mean I just feel like that's a heavy, or rather a very important thing to give to people who aren't as skilled as some others in this world, maybe. Me included. I'm not the exception there.
I would agree. And hopefully along your travels you will find people who are more skilled and could help. But as it stands, there's no one we can actually trust. We cannot talk to the Valaman Empire and get their help. They're already trying to siphon the rifts for their powers. Dagron is on their own little island, not willing to help or receive help from anyone other than their trade routes. They're more focused on their technology and inventions than they are anything else. And Isfaria, as well, is a good nation with good people. They're oblivious to a lot of things.
All right.
And
Makes
Sirius,
sense.
very far away, so I
No,
understand.
that's fair.
I understand this is a large task, Faye. These are dire circumstances.
Well, as with everything, I will try my best, and make sure it's, I guess, good enough.
It has to be. I would like to reinform you that as a group, you must rely on each other. And seeing as you all might, or possibly will be entering these rifts, you need to trust the people you're around. Do you trust them?
Yes, I trust them. They don't like me, but I trust them to be good people.
Veet says, and why don't they like you?
Because I'm a bitch.
Well, Vey, you don't like us either, so...
Hazel, you're not here.
there.
You're
Oh,
not
shit.
there.
You hear in your mind Basil talking to you.
Yeah.
Screaming down the hall. Wait a second.
Veet says, "Yeah, that's
No. It's,
Damn.
it's more the fact that they're very emotional. Like they all like hug and like talk to each other about things. It's weird. I don't like it. It's suffocating.
it is weird."
Yeah, right. And they all seem to have a lot going on in their lives, like so much. And regardless of that, I trust them. They're good people. They're going to try their best. I mean, they might burn down houses along the way, and I might be a party to that. But we can do it.
As long as you don't get arrested for it, and you can still, save the world in a sense.
I'll just Misty step out of jail. It's okay.
I'm glad I taught you that one. Your mother and I have something to give you. And Veet gets up and walks off into another room, and you sit there with your father there for a couple minutes, and she comes back with a cloth over a long object underneath. And as this translucent, snowy cloth kind of gets wrapped away, you see a beautiful Vonder-made snow-encrusted sheath at the end. A very almost simple hilt of a sword, a long sword. And she sets it on the table. I think you're ready. It is time that we pass this on to our best fighter.
I'm not sure that's what I am, but I will work very hard to earn it.
Do you pick up the blade?
Yeah, he hesitates for a minute, looks at them, and then you can like see him take like a deep breath before he does pick up the blade.
Do you unsheath it?
Yeah, he would.
Okay. As you unsheath the blade, you watch as it is exiting the sheath. The silver-ish blade starts to glow an icy blue as it fully extends outward. You can see that the blade itself looks to be almost carved from ice itself, but there's still metal underneath. And as it's released, you hear like this humming. And she looks at you and says, "That is a blade that's been passed down from generation to generation. That blade is known as Frostfang. And you have heard of this blade, but never seen it."
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah.
No.
Vey looks overwhelmed, I guess.
I will show you what the blade looks like.
Oh shit, holy shit.
Oh, that's not it.
What if I break it? What if I break it?
It's okay.
The good thing is,
just don't
it's magical.
Just don't expose it to heat, and then
Right.
hopefully it won't melt.
It's so pretty.
Oh, that is.
I will tell you what it does because it's cool. This blade needs to be attuned to. It is a legendary item. When you hit with an attack using the magical sword, you may choose to release a torrent of cold upon your enemies. Once per short rest, you may use any spell slot up to 5th level to roll the spell slot's level in D4's worth of cold damage. So for instance, if you use a 4th level spell slot, when you hit something on top of the damage you will already do, you can roll 4d4 cold damage. This also stacks with Divine Smite.
Wow.
It is a +1 sword. while attuned and holding the sword, you are immune to cold damage.
Holy shit.
In freezing temperatures, this blade sheds 10 bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim for another 10 foot. When you draw this blade, you can extinguish all non-magical flames within 30 feet. And yeah, it is in the inventory thing that you can add to your. I wonder if I can add this in there. Yep, there it is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so cool.
You're going to be needing this on your journeys, Vay. You're going to be going into very dangerous territories.
I know, and I appreciate it. I'm thankful. I can't tell you how much for everything you've done, and I just don't want to disappoint you.
You're not going to disappoint us, Vay.
I will do my best. Thank you.
Believe you should go be with your friends. I have one other gift to give your people.
All right.
I'll be there. Okay.
Holy shit.
Why is it in? Oh no, it's not in here.
Oh no!
Oh no,
No!
Leo.
Jeffrey, no!
Ada leads the rest of the party into the library. I believe. Yeah, he leads the party into the library and looks at all of you and says, "Well, I do believe I am going to be traveling with you to Lady Gemcloak. I'm going to start preparing my things. You are all welcome to peruse the library, go around the castle if you need be, and or leave if you want. If you need me, just call my name."
Thank you.
If
And-
we like
yes.
say your name quietly, is that going to call you?
Sure.
Oh, I was just wondering because like if we have to talk about you or like mention you in passing, I don't
It's
want you
more
to,
okay.
like,
It's more
show
so
up.
you need to think and call my name while thinking about me being where you are.
Okay, I've done that before.
All right. Well, I will be. If Vay is looking for me, I'll be in my room.
Okay.
And he kind of bows a little bit and walks off. And you all are left in the library. I will say a couple minutes later, Vay does join with a new blade at his side.
Rian's gonna look at him with like a "Welcome to the magical sword gang. It's nice to have you." Look.
Yeah.
Like, that's dope.
Yeah. Vay is looking and like you can see him just like give like the little like shake of I'm gonna break it. Like you can just in his eyes you can tell that he thinks he's gonna break this item. He's and just thank you all. You were very quote unquote normal. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I was wondering, is it good for us to talk here? Because I have something I want to tell you guys, but can we go somewhere where people can't hear it, or is this okay?
And he kind of look around. He's like, I mean, we could go to my rooms if you're not comfortable where people could come in.
I just mean like right now, if any, like I don't know if there's like magic. I know your like family like watches you while you sleep, so I want to make sure that like things are in order to go where-
Yeah.
where there
Can't
isn't
even be
any
mad
of
at that.
Yeah. You're fine to say things. I'm sure no one's listening to us at this moment. I'm assuming like the All-Seers are still in the room organizing books, right?
Yeah, so this whole time you guys have been in this room, the All-Seer had like turned its head around and was like watching you all. As soon as Vey walks in, it goes back to its book thing. One of the family members is in here now. It doesn't need to watch.
Yeah, so that's why he was like, Gak was like, I want to go someplace where things can't hear, and he was like,
Yeah.
well, there's creatures right there, so if we want to leave or,
Yeah. Gak will probably be like, yeah, we can go to your rooms or something.
all right, yeah, I guess he'd lead them to that area so they can talk. It's in the East Wing, right?
Your rooms, yeah. So everything
Yeah.
that's kind of like public and not public, but like social is East Wing. West Wing is like all, family stuff and all. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, yeah. So he would just kind of bring them to the space and just kind of be like, he'd open the door, and it's a pretty big room, and it's pretty empty. He's got a lot of things pushed to the side of the room, and then there's like kind of an archway and a door, and then you can see like a round bed and like a weird amount of pillows all over, like a weird amount of pillows, and there's some bookshelves and stuff, but it's pretty minimal, I guess.
Good. Yeah. Once we're in the room and the door is shut, Gak's gonna turn to the group and be like,
Okay, so this isn't like anything to worry about or anything, but I was told to keep my book a secret, and I remember something about the book that I didn't tell you guys about because I didn't really think about it, but now I think that it might be bad.
Well, tell us, Gak.
So I know that like Rian was talking about like his sword and all that stuff that's like from the place that's in the hole.
Mhm.
When we were going by the hole, my book spoke to me and it said home.
And you can see, yeah, Rian definitely has a big reaction to that. Did it say anything else?
Nope, it just said home. It was just letting me know. But so not
No.
everything in there is bad.
No, you're okay, Gaka. Of course I'm not. I'm not upset at you right now.
Perhaps the book was once belonging to the Akunai people, as
That's-
opposed to something from the Abyss, right?
Yeah, like I mean, people can go there, so maybe that's where like the person who like owns it or something, or like whoever's book it is, maybe that's where they are, and the book can't get back to it.
And how long have you had this book, Gak?
I don't.
21 years, right?
Yeah, around 21. I don't keep track of the exact time. I got it when I was a lot younger.
I guess they would make eye contact with Gideon, because he seemed to know a lot before, and just kind of raise his brows of like kind of visual. What's your take on it?
You see Gideon kind of like seeing the look. He just gives like the weakest of shoulder shrugs. we are far gone from my level of expertise.
Faye does the fair motion of like, yeah, as he like just slumps and looks back, like, could be a demon, could be a dead civilization. Who could fucking know? Not us.
We could ask it. Oh wait.
Maybe we
I-
could do some research in the library. That could be another thing we look into.
I
Books from the Abyss.
pulled out quite a few books on the Kunai people while we were in there. I haven't had a chance to read through them at all yet, but I at least collected a few.
Vay, do you know if there are any books about artifacts in your library?
I'm sure there would be. You can also, when my father's not as busy, you can ask him directly about it. He'd know just as much as any book possibly about artifacts.
Yeah, I trust your dad because he's your dad, but I wanted to wait to say something just because I'm only supposed to talk about it with close friends because it's important and scary. So I wanted to bring it up to you guys before, because I was thinking about it pretty much the whole time we were in there, and I was trying not to mention anything about it because I didn't want to say something to the wrong people, even though I don't think your parents and family are the wrong people.
No. We asked you to be cautious, and I appreciate that you were consistent with that. That's good. That's very good. But I think, I don't know. And he kind of looks at the group. He's like, I think my parents are on the safe list of people to ask about weird magical objects that you find in the woods as a child.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
With how much knowledge your father has, he may be our best option at the moment.
I was looking at the map, and if we have to go to Hillgrove, that's on the way, or that's past Artis. And I know that there's Raleigh was in Artis. That was the wizard that Claire said that I should talk to. So I'm sure we'll find out more about it soon. I want to be honest with you guys. I know, like, I'm nervous about it too, because that seems kind of spooky coming from that place. But I'm going to continue to. I'll let you guys know about anything important that it talks about and stuff like that. But so far, all it's ever done is help, and I think that it might just be trying to help. Obviously, I'm still I don't remember that word you said, Vay.
Cautious.
Cautious?
Yeah.
Here's
I'm
a
still-
basil high five.
Yeah, I'm still cautious about it, but I just want to, because it is spooky. But it's helped a lot of people so far, so maybe it'll keep doing that, and maybe one day we can help it. Maybe it just wants to go back home. I don't know.
Well, Gak, I don't mean to be mean, but I don't know why anyone would want to go back to that if it was their home.
I think we just
Maybe-
need more information.
Yeah. I know that, like if my dad was in a bad place, I'd want to go to that bad place to be with my dad. Maybe the book wants to be back with whoever used to hold it. Maybe it'll like me enough that it's like, you're my new guy now, and then it doesn't want to go back home.
Gak, if the book asks you to take it there, please tell us.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Thank you for telling us now, though. We appreciate it.
Yeah, a lot was happening when we went past the hole, so I didn't want to bring it up then.
Right.
And then I forgot about it. But then it brought back up.
Oh, thank you, Gak. That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, I trust you guys. I just want you to know what's going on.
Good.
Speaking of which, I'm just gonna look at Gideon. What did they say? Are you? I see you have a cane, but you're walking. That is good, and you're up and moving around. What is the update?
Gideon breathes out and he reaches down and struggles, and he pulls up his left pant leg, and you see what John described earlier, like the chrysalis that's completely like formed over the leg. Which again, y'all have been very positive, body positive around Gideon, but you know, so
Only body positivity in this group.
Right. But that looks bad.
yeah, no, that looks bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he'll kind of let it go. It's a side effect of whatever was done to me. I've seen it in others before. They usually didn't last long after that, but they didn't have a wide array of healers at their disposal. It was only one man that they had.
Well, what did
So.
the healer say?
My blood is toxic and is affecting me. They don't really know too much, but I've given them my notebook of everything I learned about myself and my own experiments upon myself, so hopefully it will help. But it's going to take weeks, if not longer, to have a full recovery, and that's if everything goes according to plan.
And that does bring up something. Faye, do you have enough room in the house for all of us for a couple weeks?
Faye kind of like looks around at like the quite literal palace, and he's like, I think we can find some space.
Okay, so do we go to Gym Cloak and then come back here and wait it out, and then probably by the time Gideon's feeling better, we can all go to the vampire place?
Ooh. Vey realizes what
Um,
Gak is saying. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was probably going to say the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. And Vey just kind of, his face kind of falls, and he's like, Gak, can't wait. We have to go and then leave instantly.
I mean, I don't think Gideon's gonna be able to make the trip though.
And
You're right, Gak. I'm not.
Rihanna's been standing most of this time, but I think he will take a seat next to Gideon. Not like touching him at all, but just
Ow.
just being next to him. And he'll just kind of look to Gideon and say, so what do you want to do?
I'm not going to be the one that slows you all down. If I leave here, I won't make it. Maybe another day, two, maybe a week, maybe even a month. But I won't make it. What happened in that fight, if that happens with what you all are trying to do, I can't. You
Did
have to keep
they-
going.
Did the healers give you a better outcome if you were to stay here?
They can't guarantee anything. This is new to them. It's not something they've dealt with, but by default, being around them, multiple eyes on it, there's a better chance. But there's never a guarantee.
But being with them could help, and being with us definitely won't.
Right.
I will just add that of all the people I would trust, these are the people, if anyone could help, I think these are the people to trust.
They seem knowledgeable. If anyone could figure it out, it might be them.
I hate to leave you. You're so important to this group.
I know. I'm pretty great.
Glad you know.
But too much at stake.
Is there go ahead.
I'll catch up.
Oh, you know where we're heading.
Yeah.
In the time that you're on sabbatical, you're not retiring. Don't think I'll let you retire this early. If I'm still doing this at my age, you'll be back in it in no time. But while you're on sabbatical, is there anything you'd like us to do?
Honestly, I'd like to talk to each of you, but those are more private conversations. If we can manage that.
Of course.
So
So do you want me to leave, or I can step outside?
You should
Yeah,
stay.
you can stay. Yeah.
Good. I was really hoping that's the direction that question was going.
Gak, what were you saying?
Oh, so I was gonna say, like, so if we're splitting up, are we gonna take turns, like, sticking here with Gideon and then, like,
Jack,
swinging back around and...
dear, I think that, unfortunately, as much as it hurts for everyone, and my heart is very broken right now, as I'm sure yours is too, but we have to go and do this. And Gideon has to stay here. Because that is what is best for him. And we have to focus on this. Which means we can't just come back, and not until what we have to do is over. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And your sister's gonna kind of squeeze Gak's hand a little bit. Why don't you talk to Gideon first?
Yeah.
And we all can step outside. And Ursa will give another squeeze and then leave to give them their space.
Basil, following suit.
Same.
Yeah.
Gak and Gideon, you sit alone inside of the room.
You doing okay?
I think so.
Insight check, or is it?
No.
Aha! Still got it. Gideon will give a nod. I'm sorry, Gak.
No, I'm
I don't.
sorry, Gideon.
You didn't do anything. It's
Yeah, but, I mean, neither did you.
true. You got me there.
I don't think it's very fair.
It's not, but sometimes the world's not fair. It doesn't make it any easier, but it's important to remember that sometimes.
Yeah.
Jack, can you do something for me?
Mm-hmm.
I need you to promise me that nothing anyone says, what anyone does, what anyone even thinks, will stifle your creativity. People like you and me, we're shakers. We change the way that people see things. From day one, I had no idea how you were able to do what you've been doing this entire time. I was envious of how just easy it seemed to come to you. And just your ability, your intellect, the way you use your magic, It's inspiring. And I think that there's a lot that people are going to learn from you. I already have. So, I need you to promise me that nothing's going to stop that drive of yours. Because I don't know what exactly you're going to do to the world, but I think it needs it.
I promise, Gideon. Do you have time? Do you know how to make those the sending stones things that we have?
That's an ability I'm afraid I do not have.
Well, we'll find some other way that we could be able to communicate with you.
Of that, I have no doubt.
Maybe I can just think really hard about it and the book will let me talk to you or something.
You know, at this point, I don't think there's anything you can do that would surprise me. Or maybe everything you do surprises me, I don't know. It's probably somewhere in between.
I'll make sure to try. I'll be thinking of a lot of ways to surprise you when we meet back up. I'm gonna have a whole bag of them.
Can I talk to Chip for a second?
Yeah.
And
Chip
Gideon will extend his hand.
comes out over on top of Gak's head, down his face, and then out onto Gideon's hand.
And he'll pull Chip close. And he'll speak quietly but loud enough for Gak to hear. Alright. You keep an eye on this one for me, okay? Just, make sure he's doing what he needs to do.
Somehow through the ribbit, you kind of hear, "I will."
Gideon gives the bro nod to Chip. And he'll put his hand back over to Gak.
Robert.
Hang on, Gak. Gideon will grab his cane. He'll just stand up. Then he'll hold out an arm. Come on. You're not leaving without a hug.
Are you sure? You don't have to, Gideon.
No, I really do. I can't hold this position for very long. Please come
Okay.
here.
And Gak will come in for a hug, and he's gonna very lightly give a hug.
I'm gonna miss you a lot.
I'm gonna miss you too, Gideon. Thank you for being really cool.
Well, you and me comes naturally, so right back at you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit down now.
Yeah, and Gak will help him.
Okay, thank you. Ow.
Don't let anyone take off your chimp coat again.
I promise I won't. I will stand out here like a sore thumb in the best way possible. Not that I needed help with that. Would you mind sending someone else in, please?
Yeah. Hey, surprise you later, Gideon.
Gak? You must have had some really cool plans. Maybe I can meet him sometime?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would love that. That'd be really cool.
We can both show them some new tricks we've learned.
They'd like that a lot.
Thank you, Gak.
Of course, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Talk soon.
And Gak will head out. And I guess when Gak's out there, he'll just kind of,
Someone else can go now.
and Gak's kind of wiping his eyes.
Gideon said mean things to Gak. Made him cry.
That guy's an asshole.
I'm glad he's sick. I can make that joke.
What?
Jesus.
Who's
Anyone else want
next?
to go in, or do you want me to popcorn?
No, I'll go in next, Gak.
Okay.
Rian will
Brienne
step in.
enters the room.
Mm. And he'll kind of take a look at Gideon again as he enters and sit down on, I'm assuming, the very, very long couch that's in the
Sure.
library.
Why not?
And take a seat next to him.
Oh, this is Vay's room, by the way.
I was going to say, are we in the room?
Oh, we're in the room, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sit down on a chair. I'm sure Vay has like 7 chairs in his room.
With
Yeah, he's
each
got a few places.
four pillows.
Also, like a lot of pillows, like big pillows. so,
Okay,
I don't
Rian's
know.
gonna take a few pillows off the seats because they make sitting in chairs more uncomfortable. I'll take a few off and sit down next to Gideon and say, you know, when we first started this whole thing, if you would have asked me on day 1, which one of us would get sick in a cold place and have to take a month off, I would have put money on me.
And yet here I am with the kid.
And yet here
Looks like
you
you
are.
got the last laugh.
Well, laugh might be a little harsh, but at least a chuckle, you know?
Come on. Friends can laugh about this.
All right. It's a little funny, but mostly sad.
It's a little funny.
A little funny.
Let's focus on that.
So, what do you want to talk about?
So many things, but I suppose I need to be picky at this point. First, and he'll reach into his jacket pocket. Ow. Okay, that's the last time I'll make that joke. And he'll pull out the ring that Rianne gave to him like several days or a week ago. I don't know, some time ago.
Mm-hmm.
I finished it last night, but forgot to give it to you. I was going to do some testing to make sure it worked, but I'm sure it won't blow your hand off when you use it, and he'll hold it out to you.
That's comforting. I trust your work.
Nothing's blown my hand off yet, so it's pretty good. 100% results.
That is, yeah. So, and he'll kind of slide it on. What's it do?
It draws the electrical currents into your body and channels them into your sword. Give it a shot. Don't attack anything, but just channel it. You know how magic works.
And he'll kind of just take out, like, he just has his dagger at his side, so he'll just kind of take that out and take a swipe and expunge one of the charges into it, and the bolts of electricity, like, trace off the blade as he cuts through the air. Wow. That's something. Thank
I will
you.
say for those listening, the Ring of Lightning damage now, not lightning resistance, it has charges equal to your proficiency bonus, and when you hit with the melee attack, you can use a charge, do an extra d4 lightning damage.
Nice.
It is a
Recharges.
item. It is an item. It recharges every short rest. I don't know. There's an item in D&D Beyond you can add to your
Long
just look
rest.
for Ring of Lightning
Yeah,
damage.
I gotcha. Long rest. Oh, thank you. Gideon,
You're welcome.
you've been very kind to me. The shield, the ring, I'm going to be honest, I felt a little spoiled.
Well, you can pay me all back at once when we next see each other. It'll be
Ooh.
about 4,000 gold.
Oh,
but,
I don't know.
you
That's a little rich for my blood, but I'll try.
That seems fair. Fran, I'm just gonna get to the main point, I suppose. I don't want there to be anything left unsaid between us. I just want you to know that despite the fact that you and I have disagreed morally on many, many topics, I want you to know it didn't make me lose respect for you. And,
Thank you.
you know, yesterday seems so long ago now. Wherever this path led, I would have followed you into it.
And I would have been so happy to have you at my side the entire way.
Keep an eye out on all of them, okay?
I will. I promise. Your shield will be the thing that protects them, all right?
And Gideon's just kind of looking to the floor and like nodding, clearly, you know, getting emotional now. This is just the second person. He has 3 more people he needs to talk to. Make sure you're okay too.
I will. I promise. Can't take care of anyone else until you start taking care of yourself. Just,
And Gideon will... Oh, good.
do me one favor and, you know, while you're on vacation here, at least try and help some of these people in this town out, all right?
Oh my god, this guy fell off a roof earlier today while we were walking. I cast a spell so we didn't smash his skull open. It was horrifying to watch. If I wasn't there, straight up dead. Straight up dead.
That's awful.
He built a ladder using a square knot. Who does that? You know what?
You're supposed to use a hitch knot or something.
I know.
Yes, these people need your help. Kidding. They need it bad.
Rian. Thanks for being a good man. I think it's rarer than you know. And I.
Thank you, Gideon. You have no idea how much that means.
Gideon will slowly take off his glove, and he'll extend his hand for like the forearm.
Oh yeah,
poke.
oh yeah, boy, coming in. Oh.
Till we next meet.
Till we next meet. With that, he'll stand and give a small nod and walk out the room.
Who's next?
I'll go.
Okay.
Hazel slowly walks in, closes the door. This is real, isn't it? She goes to sit down next to Gideon.
Did she say that out loud?
Yeah, she said that out loud.
Believe me, I wish it wasn't.
It's going to feel very weird without you. Very incomplete.
How do you think I'm going to feel without all of you?
That's true.
It's hard for me to make friends, Basil. It's self-inflicted, granted. I think I've gotten better at it, but for a long time it was really hard.
I understand. But you will always have us as friends. So even if you feel like it's hard for you to make any, you always have us.
You made it easy. Gideon will reach down to his bag and kind of slowly open it and fumble through some things. He'll pull out 3 vials that she'll recognize as 2 of them are like these like sludgy materials with life that she kind of recognizes from like, oh shit, is that Kyrian? No, that's something else. But you know, and then 1 with just the black like dust powder or whatever it was. And he'll offer them out to her. Someone will be able to help you, but I think I've done all I can for you with this.
You know, you were the first one in this group to help me with something, Gideon. The very first day we met, I believe it was the first day, I came to you all with this issue, and you were the first hand to reach out to help. I'll never forget
Yeah,
that.
I remember that day because I opened up that jar and I lost like 17 HP from
I-
fucking poison damage.
Do remember that, and I'm so sorry. If I knew, I wouldn't
It burned so bad. So bad it burned.
Well, look where you came now. Now your leg is the one that's the problem. So, you know,
It's never an end. Never an end to
it's
it.
never an end. Yes.
I'm sure Rian's laughing his ass off right now.
Well, we know Rian laughs through the pain. It's how he copes.
Don't we all?
We try to.
How are you doing?
I'm getting through. I don't think anything has really hit me yet, so just trying to push through the day, I would say. How are you feeling?
Better than I was, but well, physically better than I was, emotionally not so much. But again, I have an opportunity that a lot of people didn't have. I should be grateful that there's even a chance, you know?
And it's amazing that you get to stay here for a long time at a place that so many people had never even heard about. So take that as some kind of small victory, even if it's kind of being shadowed by something bad.
There will be a lot for me to learn here, and hopefully some way that I can pay them back for what they're doing.
Well, learn as much as you can so that when we all come back together, you'll have that knowledge to help us.
Gideon will reach down again and he'll pull out a notebook that you haven't seen before, and he'll hand it over to Basil. Those are, well, partially those are my notes on the experiments that I conducted. I know we talked, but there's more thorough data and detail in there. Along with that, there's some ideas that I had in there that I wanted to work on, but don't worry, it's all. And he kind of like taps his head like it's all up here, so that's fine. Along with that, the beginning's mostly a personal journal I kept. And if you're ever just really missing me, maybe you could read that. Just think about me before I met you guys, and I think you'll realize I was much happier this past month than I've been in some time.
I'll always miss you, Gideon. Even if we're away from each other for a day, I'll miss you.
You might
But
have to reread it a lot then.
You know, it passes the time. If you haven't found out, we have a lot of time to pass sometimes, so I have no worries about that. But I agree with you. Haven't been this happy in a long time. You're a big reason for that.
I meant every word I said the other night, just in case some part of you doubts. It's a healthy thing to doubt, you know. It's good. It's scientific. It's inquisitive, but
Right.
sometimes you just need to trust. This is one of those times. You can take my word for it. I'm a scientist.
Gideon, I hope you know that you're one of the people I trust the most in my life, so you have nothing to worry about. Everything you said to me that night meant so much to me, and I hope you know that.
He smiles and he'll reach out and kind of cup his hands over like one of yours. I don't know exactly what it was like for you back home. I'm sure it was awful and terrible. But the fact that you're here, that you can be the force that you are, that's power that you can't train for, power that you can't buy, that you can't take. I know you feel guilt about what happened, but you have the strength to make whatever stand you want to make now. And it's up to you to decide what stand that is.
I'm gonna miss you, Gideon.
And are you, Basil?
We'll meet again. We will.
Yes. Yes, we will. Thank you.
Striking and memorable, Gideon. I hope you always remember that.
You never let me forget it.
Good. I never will.
And he'll lean in for a hug.
She gives him a hug back.
Take care of them.
Of course. Hold down the fort here.
Thank you.
We'll see each other soon. And Basil reaches into like one of the pockets in her outfits and she pulls out a little dried flower. She hands it to him.
What's it look like?
So it looks like a tulip that's been pressed in between books, and she had it in a way to where it wasn't able to be crumpled, so it was like pressed against her skin. So she carefully pulls it out and gives it to him. It can be a bookmark for a new journal or one of the dozens of books they have here.
Thank you.
Of course. She leans in for one last quick hug, and then, okay, I can go send in your survey.
Please do. Thank you.
Take care, Gideon. And she just kind of shuffles out. Okay, who's next?
Here, so we'll go next. She's probably already crying before she even goes into the...
Oh, good.
You're welcome. Yeah, but she has like a smile on her face. It's a very small smile, but you can tell that her face is kind of streaked with tears a little bit. And so she comes into the room, and she immediately goes over to you, Gideon, and she kind of stops herself,
You don't need to ask today.
and she hugs you then.
And he'll return it. And just kind of hold it for however long she needs.
You know, 10 years is a very long time to be very alone. And you have to learn how to be a person again. And you have to learn how to smile and breathe and communicate and make friends. And outside Lunaria, sure, I had people who were acquaintances, but I never really had a group of friends.
Find that hard to believe.
I appreciate that, but I think that there is something very special about you, Gideon, and I am very happy to have been able to experience that. And I am very honored to have called and continue to call you my friend. And I just want you to know that I meant every word when I said you were like an owl. You were ever vigilant, often silent, but always listening, always watching. And I trust that any time I see such a creature, I will think of you. And I will know that you always are watching us and guiding us when we need it. You are such a wise man, Gideon, and you have such a vibrant color. And I'm so happy you are learning how to wear that with so much pride.
Gods, I'm gonna miss you.
I feel like I have so much to say, but not enough words.
Then let me go first. You honor me, Ursa, but if I'm like an owl, you are. How do you describe, in a word, everything good in the world? Someone that doesn't hate, that embraces instead of pushing away, that welcomes and invites and warms. What do you call that? Other than you?
You are far
just-
too kind.
I wish I had better words for it, because these certainly aren't enough. None of you, but you've never made me feel like I wasn't enough. And all I wanted to do was hold myself back and feel guilt and shame and anger. It was impossible to feel any of those things when you were by my side. you drowned all those feelings away. You helped me love myself. And all I wanted to do was hide. I can never repay you for that. You were just being you, but to me it was everything.
I have so much love for you, Gideon. I truly do. And I don't think I can thank you enough for how kind you are to me. And I remember the first time I brought that up, and I said that kindness is my weakness, and you told me that kindness is never a weakness. Or perhaps you whispered it and thought I didn't hear. But I remember that.
I consider myself very knowledgeable about many things. But there's one thing that I know for certain. If everyone was like you, there'd be no need for weapons, violence, hate, anything. The world would just be better.
Thank
Keep-
you.
Keep making the world better for me, Ursa.
As long as you promise me to do the same.
I'll
Besides,
do everything I can.
this is not a goodbye by any means. It is just a see you later. For now.
Gideon would push himself up to his feet again and just extend his arms again for another embrace.
Yeah, Ursa would. Definitely do so. She's kind of like run out of words because she's crying so hard to talk. I'm gonna go send in Faye now. And,
Gideon would nod.
here. And she's gonna druid craft way too many flowers on your head because she's sad, so she can't control it. So there's just like 30 that just appear all over you. Okay, 1 second. And then she'll go out and oh, hold on, I'm crying. And then she'll go get Faye. I'm gonna mute myself now. Disgusting.
Oh my god.
Oh god, yeah. As she comes out, I think Rian would like go to hug her. Like, oh my god.
Oh, okay. Faye kind of like sees like the emotional devastation around him and takes like a deep breath before walking in and kind of shutting the door and just looking at Gideon and just, they really love you.
I'm pretty lovable, I'm told.
Most certainly.
How are you doing with all of this?
Good. I'm sad that our first time really talking is when you're leaving, but
Yeah,
I
I'm
think-
sorry about that. There's been a lot going on.
no,
Just
it's
for all of us.
no. Sometime around the vampires, I realized that conversation wasn't the top of the list and things we had to do.
Yeah, and like I had just been abducted, and like we set that building on fire, and
Right.
it was just a time, man. I mean, just man.
Right.
But I'm sorry I didn't make more of an effort earlier. It's just an excuse, you know. It's always busy, but I'm sorry.
I don't want to pry, and I know you are not as close to me as you are to the others, but you're staying here, and I just wanted you to know that of all the places in the world that I would trust to keep you, to keep a friend, this is one of the only ones. And I wanted to tell you that I was different here my entire life, and they never treated me like it. And they'll extend that same kindness to you.
Well, in truth, Faye, I owe you a great debt. Had you decided not to trust us and bring us here, I might already be gone.
Then it
Don't
was
know.
worth it.
Kind of you to say. Faye, I want you to know that I've never had a place like this, a home. Growing up, life was very different for me. I didn't really live so much as I existed, if that makes sense. I don't even know if I ever had parents. I don't know if I was taken or if I was created or altered. I don't know any of these things. And it bothered me for a really, really long time. Probably still does to an extent when I think about it. But there's people that I grew close to, people that I opened up to, and they opened up to me, and I trusted them. Obviously, there's all of you, and even some that I met before all of you. And I would do anything that I could to make sure that they were safe and taken care of. So I understand that desire that you have to make sure that this, and he just kind of like motions around, is safe and taken care of. And I want you to know that while I'm here, I'll offer any aid that I have to make sure that it stays that way.
You know, I think you're both incredibly ingenious and very kind. And I never doubted that you would be an asset to here. I never doubted that they wouldn't want you, wouldn't take you, and I hope with everything I have that they can fix what you need fixing, and then you can just be Gideon and not worry about everything else.
That would be very nice. I like the sound of that, just being Gideon.
Ingenious, amazing Gideon. And then we can all come back and take you with us again.
Faye, you've always seemed very much aligned with me in terms of, I think that you and I, we obviously feel just as much as everyone else, but I think you and I can also see that sometimes you need to focus on the bigger picture. Just
Yes.
With me gone, just you all will do good wherever you go, but don't die in the name of good. make sure that they live.
I'll endeavor to do my best. And just saying, I can't believe you're leaving me. We do agree on most things, and I really like that. So, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
You seem a little angry.
A little bit. Just tiny bit.
If it helps, I'm a little angry too. Not at you, but just the situation. So, just if that helps.
It does. The sentiments are, again, as always, pretty much the same.
Thank you for always having my back, Faye. And I hope you know I always had yours.
I knew, and I can't tell you how much it meant to me that you were in this group, and how sad I am.
Me too. But, as I've said with everyone, this is not goodbye, it's till next we meet.
Yes, I don't know if they know that. They're out there having a breakdown, but...
Well, I told them. Whether they believe me or not is up to them, so
That's
I did my
fair.
part. Okay?
Can we hear crying through the door? Is the real fucking question right now.
Probably.
Oh,
I think you guys have high enough perception.
Yes.
For Yursa, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a
Yursa
pause
is
and
like
then
sobbing
away.
into Basil's arms right now.
True that.
Yeah. God. Vay kind of like motions at the door. He's like, we should probably fix that. Oh,
Yeah, we probably shouldn't. Gideon will stand up and... Are you more of a handshake or a hug kind of guy? I could never get that read off of you. What? And he kind of like lifts up his arm. He's like, what do you want, bud?
No,
I'm good either
Vay-
way.
No, Vay absolutely goes in for a hug, and it's
God, you're so fucking tall.
yeah, he kind of like leans down, and like it's a good hug. Like he wraps his tail around and everything. He's like very upset that Gideon could tell he's very upset that he's leaving. And he pulls away, and he's just like, "All right, I'm not going to cry because everyone else is crying, and then I would just make the situation worse."
I think they would have a really hard time if you cried.
It would be scary. I think it would just scare people. So I'm just and you can see Vay kind of doing that awkward shuffle he does towards the door, where he obviously is trying not to get upset about it.
And Gideon will just walk with him and just have a small smile on his face.
This is so sad.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
As they come
Yeah.
out the door and Vay looks emotionally upset, Rianne's gonna look at him and be like, "Oh, well, look who also loves Gideon a lot.
I have this new sword that I got.
Oh, you
and
do?
I haven't tested it yet.
Oh,
I haven't
yeah?
tested it yet. So
All right.
He's making the mouth shutting
Yeah,
motion.
yeah. Save it for the training grounds. All right. All
Right.
right.
You and me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will say on that note, I would like to ask the party, do they plan on staying the night and then traveling up north? Or leaving?
Family dinner.
I also used up a lot of my resources in the fight against Isol Rose that I haven't gotten back yet. I don't think we're gonna
Well, you guys
fight
can
Lady
take a
Jim
short
Cloak,
rest.
but
Yeah.
I swear to God, if we fight Lady Jim Cloak,
She
I say
she
I'll
swoops
just say
down and
that
like,
depends on how you guys go about. The
I don't
conversation,
know
huh,
any of
know?
you. Vay, I'm gonna pick you up, but the rest of you, blah. The
You know, you guys
second
can walk up
time,
in
Vay.
I don't know. You're
I
so would
warned you about
probably
this one.
would probably want to stay one more night
Yeah.
just so we could like hang with Gideon before we have to leave in the morning.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I think Rand would also be pretty adamant as well.
So with that, I think that after the conversations that Gideon has had with the party, the knowledge that Gideon will have to stay here to continue to get better with the help of the Vonder. With the information that the party has received and gathered from the lunch with Vay's family, the stakes have risen. The party has a new objective, if not the same objective, just enlarged in front of them at this point as to what they need to do. The first Rift Warden of Evrand has tasked the party with closing the rifts around the world to ensure the world does not get swallowed up in chaos and destruction. And unfortunately, you all will have to do that with one less party member. And that is where we're going to end the session.
Oh God.
Can I say one thing to get the final word in, since this is my last session, unfortunately, for the time being at least?
For now,
100% may.
I will just say, whenever the party leaves, they would obviously have their goodbyes, and Gideon would stand on the road and watch them leave. And even once they're out of sight, he would just stay there for like an hour, just thinking. And only after that, he would turn and walk back.
Well, on that note,
Ow!
Tales of
Ow.
Evrand.
God. All right.
And as a parting gift, welcome to level 6! Hey! No, okay, it was worth a shot.
No, it is. It is welcome to level 6.
Yeah!
Hell
All
yeah.
it took was a party member leaving. Thanks, Ryan, for having a complicated work schedule.
Oh, without Gideon, these guys need to be stronger. Here you go. He's got a point.
Taking the bullet
Next session,
so we can
next
get a
session
7,
we'll
7.
we'll quickly go over, the minor details of how everyone levels up.
Oh yeah.
It's not just like here's a level. We'll do some
Yeah.
little tiny minor things to show how you leveled up.
That. Oh,
But you are officially level 6.
John, I got some things I need to talk to you about. Then.
And that was not because Gideon was leaving the party. It was because you got
Yeah,
here
okay.
and you talked to Shen.
Nah.
Right,
We
fine.
got a
It's
lot of
because Gideon was-
information.
You just
Yeah.
want us to not be as sad as we were.
I want you to be sad for different reasons.
Oh my God, you're a monster. All right, thanks for watching, everybody.